And somebody needs to pull it up on their phone to see if they can hear it. That's what she told me the other day. If anybody knows how to pull this up on YouTube.
I'll see it running on the online yet.
The white shirt. The first thing you're all over breaking your jaw. But it's not me, I don't see the one. No, it's not. Right out of the. It was like, you know.
You're coming through.
Are we?
Okay, here. It's delayed, but yeah.
Better late than never.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. I think we're ready.
Call the meeting to order. First thing we do is call roll call. Mr. Maskey. Here. Ms. Copperman. Here. That's here. Did everybody have a chance to go ahead and read the minutes and go through them?
So, under old business, I noticed that there was no documentation of the lawyer's comment or the summary to the extent that the site done approval and conditions remain valid after 17 years. The development of the commercial enterprise within the project boundaries is a matter within discretion of the planning commission, provided that the commercial enterprises are of the neighborhood type and are not especially prohibited. That information is not in the meeting minutes.
He told us that it was 2 years past the expiration. So I didn't think any of that applied because it was 2 years past.
It doesn't say that they're 2 years past. It says approval remains, site condominium approval and conditions remain valid after 17 years. It doesn't say that they were expired.
Needs to be on your mind. Whoever said it was, is it not? Is it there?
But in here it says they were expired.
Thank you.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that's why we asked him for a new one, because it had expired and needed to be reapproved, relooked at.
the reason we wanted to have it approved was because that wasn't done when we approved his extension of the special land use permit.
Correct. That's why it needed to be reviewed and reapproved. And then after that, we found out we need the new one, and that's why he brought a new one tonight.
But at that point in time, the document from the lawyer did not say that it was expired.
Well, I went from the recording and from what I heard. So that's how I got my minutes.
I recall the main reason we felt that we needed to approve the latest site plan before we could move forward. But there wasn't really a concern that it was over 17 years.
That's what I recall too. I mean,
We never discussed it. It was outdated.
no, we were
We just
concerned.
wanted it updated.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. We there was no discussion that it was expired or anything. We just knew it needed to be approved because it wasn't during the last special land use permit meeting for the gravel pit.
That's what I recall.
Well, I stand by my minutes because I took them right off the recording, and it says needs to be reviewed and reapproved, which just kind of splitting hairs. You want to add all that extra information in there when we already got 3 pages of minutes.
Well, But we're saying in the meeting minutes that it was expired. That doesn't match what the lawyer said. And you're quoting the lawyer. That's not accurate. We need to have the meeting minutes accurate. I mean, we just had several people speak. They don't recall anything that it was expired.
And are you making a motion to modify the minutes?
We're just discussion.
Right, we're discussing it. We're done.
I remember we wanted to make sure that we followed the process correctly about approving it. And we tabled it until tonight to make sure we followed that process correctly. That's what I recall.
So are we making a motion to,
I mean, so, and then another item,
Go through-
wait.
I did go through listening to that meeting twice.
Mhm.
So I'm not, this is what I heard and that's what I recorded. That's why I recorded it.
it's online. I guess maybe this board needs to review it for our next meeting.
Maybe
And
next meeting, everybody can bring in their own copy of the minutes and we'll combine them. Or if somebody else wants to take over minutes, I'm happy to look through with that. And do the best I can. I've got 2 different recordings that I keep, or that I go from, one now with the YouTube and one with their recorded device. And I
What do you recall?
play it back over and over to try to be accurate.
I remember we wanted to go over a reclamation plan to move forward. It needed to be, the site plan needed to be taken care of before we did anything else.
Right.
do you recall anything saying that it had expired and the lawyer said it expired?
I don't remember if anybody talked about it being expired or not. I remember it being talked about that it was over the 15 years. That had been 17 years. I'm sure someone probably said it had expired, but I'm sure that was a conflict because it was considered an estimate.
I mean, it doesn't say it in the lawyer document.
No.
Maybe that's what he said, and I went from what I heard on the recording. I don't know who said that.
Should we listen to the minutes?
I think we need to listen to them. I mean, the other thing that I feel needs to be added is that the lawyer said that it's basically the discretion of the planning commission, and that is not identified in these meeting minutes at all. And I know that was noted.
Well, that's why we're here, is to do this. And I don't know if we need to say at the discretion of the planning board, because everything does go through the planning board. It's a given.
Didn't you say the lawyer discretion? Isn't that what you?
The lawyer said there's a matter within the discretion of the planning commission.
So
He said that
Are we-
in a letter, correctly? Correct?
Yeah.
So he didn't say it on what I heard to be my minutes. He said that in the letter to you, in the response to you on.
And I'm sure that was said in the meeting too.
Yeah, we
We talked about it.
Are we making a motion to add something there or change something or
So,
we
no,
move
I-
on to your next one?
I make a motion that we remove the expired 2 years according to conditions of the original special land use permit. And that we add the information provided,
Why don't you write that down for me, Ed? I'm missing some of it. Expired 2 years, what?
2 years according to conditions on original SLUP. And then we would also add the information that the lawyer has in his summary. Enterprise within the project boundaries is a matter within the discretion of the planning commission.
You want me to add something from his letter?
That you were
It
provided.
was not stated, and that's what I.
No, we stated it too. I know we stated it.
So is it something that we need to look at the recording with, to verify?
We can look at the recording, but I mean,
It was stated, we talked about the lawyer and his discussion, his email in what his what he stated about discretion of this planning commission. We did discuss that.
So we should probably listen to the minutes, verify it, and
We discussed what that meant, but I did not think it applied to go into the minutes. What that means is the planning board gets to decide, it's at our discretion if we're gonna do this or do that. But that didn't seem to apply from the minutes that I heard. So you write out what you want me to put in here, and then I will add it to these minutes.
is that the motion you're
And
making?
I was
That's the
also,
motion I just
I will
made.
also compare to what I'm going to review on the,
It'll be
that particular
it's
meeting
recorded.
and see if I can find your references.
Okay, you were sent.
For
Okay.
verification. Then. All right. So what else did you have?
I think on the next page, I just want clarification. It says, draft copy of Dudley's SUP. And this is minor, but should it be SLUP? Trying to be accurate, correct?
Is that it?
What's that, per planning commission review, or what was the word you used?
No.
On his first motion, I'm still trying to get that accurate.
Good.
Instantly. That's it.
Luann, you want to read his motion back? Make sure it's what he's asking for.
He wants to add expired 2 years according to conditions on original special land use permit, and add lawyer's statement per discretion of the planning board, provided the commercial business is allowed.
Basically, I'm asking for a removal of expired 2 years according to, because the lawyer did not make that statement.
Removal of expired.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Different meetings.
Do we have support?
Yeah, I make the motion to support it.
Luann?
No,
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Yes. Opperman?
Yes.
Ed?
Yeah.
Maskey, sorry. All right. So let's move on. So that's it with the minutes. All right. We're gonna move on to public comment, you guys. Is there any public comment at this time?
Did I miss the? Okay.
Jerry, state your name, please.
Gary Cook, 3803 Millington. I just wanted to make a comment. You got a bunch of ordinance stuff coming up. And it doesn't take too many people to come up here and complain and we make changes. There's a lot more people that would just prefer to be left alone and be regulated all the time. So when we're making changes, let's just think about maybe not regulating quite so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Yep.
Anyone else?
I'll be real quick, like that clarification, I think, for my special land use permit, what the plan was it would be delayed until next month after the public hearing. And then it would be corrected the same time as the Morris's And then at that time I could get it signed. Did that with that?
We'll be discussing that.
Oh, that'll be
That's
discussed.
part of the old business.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine Bernard. I live here in Millington, Michigan. These statements pertain to tonight's decision regarding special land use permit for tri-county aggregates. As you discuss and deliberate, I encourage you to adhere to the zoning ordinance and the evidence that has been before you. On August 12th of 2024, a special land use permit was granted to you or granted by you for tri-county aggregates. It was approved based on section 5.03 of the Millington Township zoning ordinance, convening quarries in the AR zoning district. The special land use application you are considering tonight was submitted by Tri-County Aggregates on August 22nd, 2024, identifying the property is zoned within the AR agricultural residential zoning district. The site plan submitted by Tri-County Aggregates is updated as January 30th, 2025, indicates that the current zoning is AG or agricultural. If you direct your attention to the zoning district map, you should see that the zones are indicated, and note that Sheridan Road and all surrounding properties are zoned AR agricultural residential. Through multiple admissions of the property owner, the township master plan, decisions of this planning commission, and zero evidence of the land ever being rezoned, this property is zoned agricultural residential. The request before you is only permitted in the commercial zoning district by a special land use permit. Therefore, this special land use request is not appropriate for the AR agricultural residential property and should be denied.
A couple questions. Ms. Bernard, how long have you you live close to that residence or
Yep.
that location? How long have you been living there?
Since July 3rd, 2012.
2012. Did you know that you were buying a home where a gravel pit was located close to the surrounding area of your home?
We did know that there were quarries in the area. Yes.
Okay.
A quarry can exist. Yes.
Okay.
But the commercial cannot.
Okay. Thank you.
I have one letter that was not read last meeting in regards to and it didn't get put into public comment last time, so in order to have the citizen honor her rights, I'd like to read it now. From Lorraine Martin, 3445 Arbela Road, Planning Commission. As a very concerned resident of Millington Township and a neighbor to the gravel pit on Sheridan Road, in regards to the commercial special use permit being discussed, I want my opinion heard, and I ask this board to follow our ordinances as they are written, and as the Planning Commission did on the original permit. At that meeting, the board did this to protect the neighbors with the reclamation plan. Since Mr. Gilling is not reclaiming the land yet as houses, this should not be considered. This board cannot legally make exceptions for his request or any other business. They must follow the residential agricultural zoning guidelines. This board works for the residents of Millington Township, not Bob Gilling. Bob has taken and has been given more leeway, especially with his violations through the years, and this should not be allowed to continue. It is this board's duty to do what is legally right according to our ordinances. You all took an oath to follow these ordinances, and the public expects nothing less. Please deny this request for a commercial permit as a commercial business like this is not allowed in an ag residential zone, according to our ordinance. Thank you for your time.
I don't know when you have to start though.
That's the only one I have.
Any other citizen comments? Make a motion that we close citizen comments.
I move the motion that we close public comment.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Laurie, did the office get any letters?
I was not in the office today at all. I
Okay.
work at the library. You might check the box. Do you want me to go check my email? Wood box.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll come in early. What is on there?
Yeah. Watch yourself.
Right, so,
I think I need to do a site plan first.
Well, one thing that we did miss that I probably should do is we didn't approve the meeting agenda. I missed that on the agenda item.
everyone's looked at tonight's agenda?
Yeah, there's one item that I noticed in under new business. We got permit approved documents that have been issued since September 2024. Total of 4 that actually need to be to a total of 5.
The board did ask me to prepare 2 documents for you. I have those, but I don't see them on your agenda.
Yeah. You didn't put on the agenda for bringing the information back from UTH and stuff.
Yep, we can add that too.
Yeah.
That'd be under probably new business.
Yeah.
Where do you want that added?
Probably right there between the ZBA and the Open Meetings Act stuff, right there.
Do you have the reference guide listed under old business, but it says that I wasn't able to update it. I do have that for you if you'd like it.
You have that reference guide?
I do.
Yeah, we'll take that. That would be the MTA training. That would be the same.
Excuse me.
That would be the same material as that MTA training.
Well, you asked me to give you the justifications for the conditions on the permits, and you have that document, and you asked for the reference guide updated to reflect the ordinance sections. And that.
So I'll read that reference. We'll do all of it
Yeah,
then.
the reference guide wouldn't.
So that's on the
I
agenda,
think reference guide is different.
but we'll just do all of it together.
Okay.
It's all obtaining to the same information.
So that'll stay under old business then?
Yeah, just leave it underneath all business. Because it's all obtaining to the same thing.
Yeah, okay,
All right, so everybody had a chance to look at it.
yes.
Hmm.
You move, we approve the agenda
The second, all yays
With the changes
with the
identified.
with
changes
changes
identified.
identified. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes. All right. So the first thing on old business is Paul and Renee Dudley's Millington Special Land Use Approval Document. So, did you make copies of that?
So I have the original that was drafted by the zoning administrator. Do we want to go through that one first?
No.
Okay.
The way I look at it is everything that was on them documents isn't part of our ordinance currently. It's not in our ordinances. It needs to be gone through. We need to go through the process of adopting what we feel fit it matches our ordinance and adopt it then. And I don't feel that it belongs on the Dudley's special use permit at this time because it's not something that we agreed on, we voted on. What we voted on is what is the only thing I think we should look at on that document. And then once we go through the process, we'll have the right to go back and amend any of them, or they'll have to abide by whatever's in the
Right.
ordinances.
So we did vote on all the items that are in that document.
When did we vote on all the items that were in that document? Because we never did a final signature.
No,
We only voted,
we-
Shiva,
we voted on it in the meeting. We never voted on the final sign-off document, though.
right.
Good.
So we're going to vote on what we put in the special use permit. That's my feeling. My feeling of it is until it's adopted, it's not part of our ordinance.
Mine too, because there was stuff wrote in there
I'm-
township board said no to.
Right.
Which we're looking at.
We said no to,
Yep.
and it got put in there anyway.
I agree.
So that stuff's gotta come out.
We need to sit down, go through the information that she
Which-
provides us tonight later,
Mhm.
and then we need to do it properly and do it in order.
I would agree.
So do we not sign any documents today?
No, I say the one that we drafted originally is the one that's typed up right here, and I say we look at this, and if everything in it that we originally drafted up is what we approve.
But
Nothing else. If
I
it's,
agree.
because
But-
otherwise, it's a special use permit. Everything that's in our ordinances, they have to abide by no matter what. The special use permit, all that does is we put additional restrictions on their special use permit. So that's all the special use permit is. It's the restrictions that we added to what's already in our
But
ordinances.
I'm confident that was a motion that included those three, and actually four items, which was the fence, okay? Plus the other items that was in meeting minutes. So we voted on adding those. Are we setting ourselves up for a zoning board of appeal if we don't approve what we voted on? That's all I'm saying. I agree, we need to do the steps to correct it. But we voted on it. The document that includes those is what we voted on and what's in our meeting minutes. So I'm concerned if we don't prove that, and again, we can approve it and then go back and change it like the zoning Board of Appeals said in the last meeting. But we should be approving what we voted on
So
and
did
what's
you-
in the meeting minutes.
Did you type up exactly what was in the meeting minutes that night?
Yes, I did.
Let's see your copy right now.
So that is, and I want to make sure I give you the right one here. So just 1 second, okay?
We have a copy for everybody.
Yes,
I'll
I
print
do.
them off if I have to.
This one is the short one. Make sure I know I made a copy of it. And this one right here.
Be the so-called long version. This one.
This includes the three items. I did remove the fence because that was agreed on. And we have documentation that the two neighbors agreed not to do that. So I removed that. That would have been item D. And then D, E, F, G, and H are the items that we have concerns on that should have went through the amendment process, not just to be added. Then this will document what we voted on and agreed to during the meeting, and then we can go back with another special land use permit meeting, and if we need to change those last items, we can. This will put the Dudleys at the same level as the Morrises and Rachel and Cody.
D, E, F, and G.
Yes. They were originally a MOP items, but when you put them, you eliminate all the items that are actually in our zoning ordinance. That's all I'm listing here. And I can walk through the items here that we're looking at. You're looking at the duration of the permit. As we walk through it, first one, duration of the permit not expired. Status of the permit would be approved. And we are approving it. There's no stipulations. They don't have to provide any more documentation. Permit conditions per zoning ordinance in compliance with section 10 of the Millington zoning ordinance special land use amendment file 04-15-24 PDF file. Then we go into permitted conditions per special land use permit meeting. And that's what's listed before. We're not going to list every item that's in our ordinance. It's redundant and it can lead to errors that are being copied and pasted.
H was another one, wasn't it? Wouldn't that have been a P, the P in the other one? Says, yeah, the hearing must be the opportunities or change or modify.
So H is listed.
You didn't say unless.
Well, I just.
It's H would include H also. Yeah. That would be D, E, F, G, and H.
Correct.
Yeah, let's see, that's would be L, M, O, and P here.
Right. And if you look at F, F is a combination of what's in our zoning ordinance. Within the third paragraph is new information, new wording that the board not gone through the process of adding it to as an amendment.
So you just put it in this permit. You said it wasn't in our ordinance?
It's the items that were added and we voted on, but it's not the paragraph, the third paragraph there.
What about, we had talked about that the permits aren't transferable, that if they give up the permit,
That's in our zoning ordinance.
isn't that
Yes.
supposed to be mentioned in here?
Why?
No, it's part of the ordinance.
Part of the ordinance.
A special use permit, all that's on it's supposed to be on a special use permit is what we put on there on top of what our ordinances already have.
Right.
So you don't have to go through and put everything out of our ordinance into that special use permit. If you remember when you did mine, you guys scribbled all over it. You guys only added the stuff that was on top of what you guys wanted me to do in order to have that variance.
It's been too long. I don't
But
know.
now all of a sudden we want to add the sections in the ordinance and stuff in here. And then we put other stuff in here that's not part of our ordinance.
Like what's on the top. You said that's not in the ordinance, but we want to put it in the special use permits.
No, we don't. We can't. We shouldn't be.
Okay, but it's on this one that he wants to approve.
All I did is I copied what was always presented to us and what we voted on to put in this document. We voted on that wording during the meeting. So whatever we voted on that meeting, we need to have documented here. We don't want to change any of that verbiage. Now, if we have another review, okay, change these, that'll be another meeting. But right now, we should be approving what we already voted on and what that verbiage was, not change it.
I think there should be some type of conditions, at least identifying where there's issues, where we have issues.
Voted on this.
I'd like to know when we voted on this DEE.
We never voted.
Yeah, we did. I looked back through the meeting minutes.
Wait, we did. So
I found it. I found it in the meeting minutes. I researched the meeting minutes. And actually, when we referenced the meeting minutes, they were referenced might have been a different lettering because we actually referenced the vehicle resale. Okay, it was different lettering at that time, but I found it in the meeting minutes, and we voted on it to approve it, including that verbiage.
Can we table this until we can have a special meeting and deal with the issues that we have in front of us?
That's what I wonder.
Yeah.
Why do we have to sign it?
Well, we can go.
Why can't we do it? I don't want to sign it.
I don't-
To me, it's like we're forcing him to keep it, and I don't think it's.
So, or we don't sign anything until we go through these, like we've talked on our new business, okay? We talked on our new business, the process for, new business item 1, okay? And we could do that too. That's another option.
Would you say that again, Ed? I don't quite follow what you're saying.
We're looking at the new business process for updating Millington special land use permit approval documents that have been issued since September 2024, total of 5. That's where we would then look at how we go through and correct the verbiage that we have now concerns with. The verbiage that went in front of the zoning board of appeals last month. So we
Well,
can
we
get,
know the process, correcting it. We just got to do it.
so if we would approve what I have here, it puts the Dudleys in the same exact situation as Morris's and Rachel and Cody.
Why can't we just table this?
Or unless we want to table it until that.
Table this
special
until
meeting.
we get this done.
Okay, I have no problem with that either.
I move we table this until we get the updated process done.
Almost. Support.
Roll call. Maschke,
Yes,
Opperman.
Yes.
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 All right. We enter you all thought up. All right, we're gonna move on. The Wright County area. Reclamation site plan. So have you guys had a chance to go through some of this information that we've been provided?
We'll read the small print. It's quite small. But it's quite important. And also the comment that I showed you today from MTA. I came up looking for the reclamation plan and saw the cover letter.
Luann, should you deliberate on this since
Yes, I can. I can't vote. And I got the zoning enabling act and I got the zoning planning act if you need the reference. It says I'm allowed to pass out information. I am not allowed to vote.
I just had it.
The first thing we need to do
Section 5.
is correct this special use permit.
Is?
The gravel pit special use permit, because there was a bunch of things added to it
so
that were
Doyle,
not supposed to be there.
I think those will fall into our new business.
His special use permit is different. Because we voted to extend his special use permit as is.
Yep, I agree.
No additions of any kind. And if you look through this, you'll see that there's markings in there of stuff that's been changed and added.
Yeah, we probably should. Let's make sure that Luann's.
This
Make
is
sure
on,
Luann's-
this is on 2006 or 8, whatever that year was. I don't know why you don't think it is. But, no, this came from 2009, when he came in and renewed, and at that time, this E was added. Because he was trying to sneak in an asphalt plant. He called it recycling, they caught on to it, and then expressly said, no processing of concrete or asphalt, creation of concrete or asphalt plants on the site. So you do need to take the steps from the beginning through the renewals, because these things were added because he had added to do something else. And they put this in, back it was in 2015, I believe.
Luann, there's concern with the board. It says before casting a vote on a matter on which the planning commission member may reasonably be considered to have a conflict of interest, the board member shall disclose the potential conflict of interest to the planning commission. Failure to disclose the potential conflict of interest as required by these bylaws constitutes offices in the office. Conflict of interest is defined as the planning commission shall declare a conflict of interest and abstain from participating in the Millington Township Planning Commission voting, included any motion on a request. So,
The zoning enabling act supersedes that. And it says, a member of the zoning, well, it's a zoning board, the language, right, the planning enabling act. But you can remove them, but they are allowed to discuss. I just cannot vote. And the last time this came up, we did that, and I discussed and I did not vote. What's this?
That's part of his,
See, that's why we need to do better. This is a little handwritten note. This has no, I mean, where did you do that?
sign. Here.
Okay, so
I
let's
got
finish
it out of,
conflict of interest, right?
let's pay for it.
I can dispense information, I do not vote.
This is all part of this.
Does it have who's it signed by?
Yep.
Okay, see, that's way back in 2003. And then there was 2015 when he came with he wanted to update early.
Nobody has been able to provide me with anything from 2015.
Or was it 12 or 15? When did you come back to us? 2012 or 2015? I think you were due in 15 when you came back in 12. Yeah. Here's 2012. And this is where he was asking to do the recycling of asphalt and concrete.
That was not a.
How did I don't know. There's a,
It was not a.
It's a different
Not at the same
zoning,
time.
because yours is clean for rezoning.
Then why did you?
Called it out.
Well, I thought that was the reason why you did it early.
No. That was
still think it's.
But this is missing the signature on here.
Reminder with all of the tri-tiner that back in last quarter.
Where is it? Would you like to see the file that's up here in the office with all of this
The
stuff?
findings that have tri-tiner documents and finalized.
What did they say?
Yeah, what?
It seems they have a file of everything. Up here. Here's the first special use permit, it was December 2005. One of them, 2005.
Right.
Bam, November 5. This actually 2003 from the Board of Appeals. And this was 2012. Part of 2012 then.
We had to shoot that last time, remember? Yeah, that's the one.
No, I don't have the rest of it. No, I got this out of that.
Yeah, reminds me of the thing, but,
I guess we have to go through the file. Get it all.
His permit's already been renewed. What is your issue with it? The gravel pit, the permit was renewed, correct? And it's been approved.
But this was changed because it said no major violations before. Now it says no violations. That's been changed.
Well, I don't know who changed it. It's always been no major violations. That's how they always got around the violations that we did.
I got these two marked because of something else. But this, it says 200 feet setback, and I thought it was 100 foot. And when I read through the minutes, it was 100 foot.
There was a change in our ordinance. And on one boundary, didn't you said you'd go with the 200 on because of the change, except on the one side.
It was originally 50 feet all the way around.
Mhm.
Then we agreed that it was going to be 100 feet all the way around, except for on the area where I bought my own property.
Now it's at 50 feet.
And that was going
And
to
that was
stay at
50
50
feet.
feet, not 200 feet.
I don't know how this ended up being 200, but this is a copy of the permit that he got.
Well,
You knew the downfall to flip it one more time. That means we went through and signed it.
just for the record, I did not type up this permit. I don't know if that's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying you, but all of this stuff was added in. And this is all stuff that we said no. The township board said no.
This is
We are not getting into the insurance business.
this is from our this is right out of the ordinances, isn't it?
I apologize, I gave you the wrong code.
I was like, there was not.
I couldn't remember for sure, but I knew it was a good fit file. And it's in chronological order.
Yeah, it's gotten put into this ordinance, but we never voted on it. When
That's how it got into the ordinance. We updated
we
the
did
ordinance
not
recently.
vote on putting it in. We voted against it because the township board voted against it. The township board said they didn't want that stuff in there.
And Doyle,
Unfortunately, we didn't read it.
Volume, this is all 4 or 5, here's 99.
that's the item that would have been,
So there's gotta be more than one book.
right? This is under the new business. So.
Where does it start and where does it end?
08.
Oh, there you go.
Here's the.
So this one's got the 08 in it. All right,
This is-
you pick one and I'll pick the other. I'll see what we can find.
Never close out with
No. This is gonna go right along with the other one.
that's the 5 items.
Okay,
Three
2007.
Trails.
This was with our ordinance.
This would be gravel pit.
This is a
Planning
little bit
commission
different.
public
from the
hearing,
commercial.
here's the 13
You know these
commission.
things that were circled are in commercial district. But that has to be.
7.
We have to go through it.
Okay. And this
The
is the
gravel pit
12.
and also the car dealership. So
This
that's
is gonna be a special meeting also.
yes.
But the-
Yeah, motion to do it. Move on. Until we can clean it up.
That's 22. going the wrong way.
One just
This needs to go with the other one.
right, one just for short-term rental,
Mhm.
and then one
Okay.
for the other two, because we.
Okay, we need to go back to the books, and we need to go back through our minutes and
Doyle.
fix all these.
Doyle. I think we're gonna have to have a special meeting for this one to correct it, just like we do with the other short-term rentals.
That might be.
I mean, we can't correct it.
Oh,
So we can require a special meeting.
it's gonna require going through all the information to make sure we're correct on everything we do.
So can
We can't overlook anything.
No,
Okay, let's do 2012 here.
so we make a motion.
Guys, let's save this for another meeting. There's no reason to dig through and try and hurry this through because this is gonna have to take a special meeting. We're gonna have to do it the proper way.
Okay. Yeah.
So Doyle,
So minutes. Where is it? Okay. This is the permit that we approved. Not that October 12th or October 10th, 2012. So that's right there.
All right, let's make a motion.
real quick, Doyle, so I can understand this better. Kind of, I see this is underlined, that is a change you're saying right here.
Yep.
You have two X's here.
Those are things that I think we need to take out.
Okay, and then I
But
see
those are all stuff that we put in there.
the O's are stuff that's put in here where we have O's and X's here, so right here at the last page.
Right.
What are you saying about O and X's?
The O should be taken out and the X's shouldn't have been the rule.
Okay.
Are you sure that those are not in there because that's what's in our ordinance? I do think we need to check.
Have a thing.
All right. The motion that we table this to a different date in order to rectify the concerns on the special use permit for the aggregate, Tri-County aggregate,
Concerns or changes?
concerns and any changes that need to be necessary to it.
I'll second that motion.
Any more discussion on it?
Move to what?
Table.
Table it until another meeting?
Yeah.
You have further time to go through, read it, and
To review the permit and possible discrepancies?
Yes.
Morgan still.
Second. Who
I
seconded?
second it.
recommended. Yes, we are.
Thank you for sharing that, Doyle.
You do vote?
Nope, not yet. Yays. Ashkey.
Yeah.
Hopperman.
Yes.
Davish, yes.
Yeah.
Abstain.
So, for I guess the other thing we need to close out is any concerns for conflict of interest, right? That's what we need to document that.
Yeah. I'm hoping that we close out the any concerns that we had over. I don't know. I'm thinking now.
So
Conflict of interest is
right. So again, then Luann can give information, but she can't vote on it.
according to our bylaws.
Right.
Any seconds?
Second.
Opperman?
I'd just like to discuss D real quickly, so conflict of interest. If there's appearance of a conflict of interest and determined by a majority of vote of the remaining board members, you can take a vote on that? Is that what it's stating? In D, conflict of interest?
I think that would be Luann, if you said you didn't have any conflict of interest. I mean, you already fully
Yeah, I
have a conflict there.
I acknowledge that I'm within the mailing area, and
Right.
that is what
Right.
puts me at the conflict.
But if you said you weren't, the board then could say, well, we have reasoning to feel you have a conflict of interest.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, thank you. So, you made a motion?
Mhm.
And seconded by Doyle.
Mhm. Roll call, Maskey.
Yes.
Opperman.
Yes.
Yes. Sure,
So for the latest site plan, as Luann had mentioned, the small wording, if you will. Actually, let's go this way. Stand though. So what I did is, my document was smaller than that, so you can sort of read it on the document, but I blew it up.
Talking about the notes on this site plan right here from 2007.
And actually, this one that we have now is notes from 1/30/25. Okay, that's the updated version. So this, I had Jackie pull out the site plan from 2007, and what I noticed of the site plan for 2007 includes notes 1 through 7. Right? So then we go to note 8. Developer at his discretion may construct a community center clubhouse with or without community swimming. That I have seen in other documents, okay? But it is different from what's in the 2007. But I've seen that in other documents, okay? The next item, the developer at discretion may construct a mini self-storage facility within the development. And that is shown where he actually has done that. He has a storage building that I've heard him say was added to this, and it is. And my understanding, and correct me, is actually there was a Tuscola County permit hold for that building.
Yeah. Okay. And I have a copy of it.
Okay. There is actually no item 9. It goes from 8-10. Item 11, the developer at his discretion may construct a telecommunication tower or facilities, water tower, wireless communication antenna, electrical transmission tower, water and sewage treatment plant, electrical substation within a development. The sewage is covered under item 5, okay? But I guess the one thing I don't see is some of the other items I just listed in any other document that I have seen. Bob, where did those additional items are in a different document that I don't have?
No, I apologize, because the engineer must have just had them from some other place. And do not put in because we, and I'd be happy with what was on the drawing from 2007. So I apologize, I never seen that, but I should have seen them.
Can I ask a few questions? Number one, where is the rest of the site plan? We've got a cover letter. We don't have the rest of the site plan. So you're just gonna go on the old plan, even though there's been a lot of work done, so the grading is different? And
So, Glenn, let's answer one question at a time. Answer the question. So with it, the North Lake is basically complete. And if you look at, and it's a mine, so, but you go where the material is.
correct,
But if you look at, number 1 in the notes, that answers your question.
yes, but here we go again. This is outdated and like 2 years. It had its 3 extensions.
Oh, Luann, stop.
According to our
It is-
lawyer, it had its 3 extensions. And now it's 2 years past due, and that's why we asked for a new site plan. MTA says, you do not accept just a cover letter. You should get a new site plan and then work with your lawyer or another, engineer to make sure that that new site plan matches our ordinances. He's got all these new things added that we need to double check. Also, you never ever put at his discretion. That needs to say after approval from planning board. So these wordings can't be accepted because none of these are automatically allowed. They are all allowed under special permit in the certain sections. And it is ag residential. In here, another place, I noticed he's got R2. It isn't R2 zoning, it is ag and then R1. So these are the kind of things you don't want to miss by trying to rush through this
But
and not having it properly examined.
right, but the R2, I could pull that up just to verify. Your R2 zoning district and local commercial. Right here.
On an expired plan.
All right, let's see. Where's I was thinking
Not
you were
really,
the one.
correct. He said it was expired.
Well, what's one? Looking at earlier, that's what it's. Here's the one. This again. So if we look at this document that I just made reference had 7 items versus 11, okay? And I look at this information here. And I gave out this document earlier, okay? That matches any use in R-2 zoning district matches. There was a line for any use in R5 district. There are some slight differences there, okay? any use in site permitted, any use in C2 district per section. And here what he has is local commercial, so there's no local commercial allowed in locations TBD. Yep. Yard setbacks. Oh, yeah. This is very similar to this one. I wanted to stay consistent with the other one.
I have concerns because that is a new, we are to be giving a new site plan for the road. That is an old one. Now, it might be the same thing, but it needs to be redone with the changes of topography and then reviewed so that we're not violating, like Article 18 has got a lot of stuff in here. Unless we go through it point by point, we're going to miss. And then you have the Kenneth Zoning Board of Appeals, and that's a waste of time. You have to do that with every single permit.
I know what we wanted, the intent of the board was to.
And really, would you allow anybody
Can I
else?
finish? Can I finish, Luann? The intent of this board, as I was trying to say, was we wanted to approve the original reclamation plan. We were under the impression that there was really no differences in our last meeting. Am I correct in that statement?
We didn't know the differences. I didn't
Right.
know the differences or any differences.
Right.
Were
And
present.
how do you know there's any differences if you don't have something to compare it to?
So that's what I just did, and we're identifying differences, Luann, just like I said.
No, you're looking at an old one, the big one. We need a new 6-page or 4-page or whatever it takes to get the change that, and some of these will still be in there. I'm not disputing that. But there have been changes out there. There's certain hills that aren't anymore. Now there's lakes where there weren't lakes. Those should be included in the plan, not just this is what it's a guess back from 17 years ago. And MTA recommends it. You get a new plan, you compare it to your ordinances, and you do it with a lawyer or an engineer or something. Now you got it right, and now you're good for the next bunch of years. But you're not missing the points of our ordinances that got missed before. Would you allow anybody else to come in here and say, at my discretion, I want a special use permit for something? This needs to say on approval by the planning commission, all 3 of these. You don't just allow mini storage in a residential. It would have a special use permit, even by our book, your Bible that you keep talking about.
Again, Luann, as I noted, there's things that were added. Okay, item 8, 10, and 11.
Bob, who was your architect?
The same engineer.
This Green Tech?
Well, originally it was Alpine Engineering, and they updated, now they're called Green Tech. But I would have no issue whatsoever taking 8 through 8 and above off this.
10 and 11.
Yes. Whatever, all those numbers, yes. I did not realize they're there, they should just come off. That way it matches the original.
Right, and then we actually, although we also identified that site data is different from the original. So I think that
He
needs
did ask
to-
me that because it did change with the approval. This was the approval from the township, but we can add that back in if you would like. That's perfectly fine.
What specifically are you talking about with the change, Ed?
With the site
Compare
data,
Site data, yeah. Which one are you talking about?
So where it said, we just had it out, but
Right here, right under site data, right
Is
now.
it? It should be R1. It's ag and R1s. And then he's asking for the housing of R1, not R2. That's,
yeah, the original said local commercial.
Local commercial, local commercial, R2 interior.
but it's I mean, it's slightly different. That's all I'm just saying, right?
so in the future, this is
There's
gonna be changed to
agriculture,
R2 zone versus ag.
residential development with local
I don't think that
commercial.
matches the master
So
plan.
where
It's already improved.
are you seeing R2?
Not in our master plan. This
Local
is,
commercial.
No, the township approved it. It's approved.
Where you see
R1
right here, R2,
It's already there.
that right there. Yeah. But right there is local commercial. There's local, says local commercial there.
Right.
It shouldn't say it again. Right there, it should be. And then right here goes back
this is back on 2007.
goes to the
You don't think something has changed since 2007?
No, and that was approved right there.
That's,
They put it in, this is the concern of.
but when our ordinance changes, don't the renewals have to go with the changes when it's time for their renewals?
You can't change a ordinance. You can't change the ordinance on a special use halfway
Right.
through it. You're changing the playground.
You'd have to stick with the
You
original
gotta,
ordinance.
yeah, you gotta stick within the boundaries of the original special use. You can't keep changing it on them. He's supposed to have a reclamation plan that's 15 years old, and he's already been mining a certain way to design the reclamation plan to fit it. And then we're gonna change it on him. It could change the whole entire thing. He might going from having a clubhouse not being able to have a clubhouse. He might be going from having a self-sustaining storage system to each and every individual home having to have a septic system.
Well, does that tell us what he's doing?
I mean,
Is he having?
There's the planning commission, a copy of ordinance that was in effect at the time that is referenced in that document, as well as the current ordinance, that the planning commission to implement changes may have occurred. If any.
I read some of it.
Because the changes would go in, will be discussed or not at the time of his renewals. That's why they renew every 10 years to keep up with the things that have changed around the area and in the ordinance and to stay current.
oh, agree.
We see some concerns with the minutes that might need to remove.
I would ask if approved, please, those, that would be a stipulation of those are approved.
And the site data information is different from the original.
It should all match.
It should all match the original.
I would agree that all of it. Put nothing in.
Because that's what we were figuring we would be approving is
The only thing that we probably should accept on the new drawing is just the location of building and sign. And other than that, it should be the old drawing. That's what it should.
Would you be able to get us a new drawing that included the sign and the building?
You have, it's just like I say, just, it would be just,
You thought that this is covered all.
Will be the original drawing
There's the office.
with the only addition is the local office built within the barn and the sign. That's
And
the
you're
only
saying that none of this applies on a big, regular, for real site plan?
site plan's the same, and it's not gonna change.
Did you have an office on this other site plan right here? Was there an office at one
The
point?
building actually was existing there, we just moved it on site.
So you had an office on there, on the old one?
There was an existing building on the property,
Okay.
we just moved it on the property.
Okay.
It was on the original drawing.
Right here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah.
That's the new one.
Phone card, and health and and all of that.
Here.
That's where it was.
Yeah.
Where's it at today in this?
Sitting here.
This come off the road? Entrance? Is that
Yeah.
why it was way over there?
Yeah.
You moved the entrance, you moved the office.
Yeah, picked it up and here.
Okay.
That's why I was saying.
Thank you. I didn't have thought that.
It's pretty small.
Yeah.
Did the reclamation plan show how it's going to be divided out in the parcels and how many homes?
You won't know that until you're done.
Because of the mining of the
Right. That's
material?
why it says on the original drawing. Number one on the original center. Well,
Number one says.
Site layout may be altered based on the current and future mining activities.
Yep.
Pile of the dirt.
I thought there was something in there though for how many houses per acre or this condo
it's
thing.
all in the zoning, what the zoning was and what was approved at that point. And it's gonna continue, there's no way to figure it out. We could draw this drawing 1,000 times. That's the drawing that we're going by. And it's approved to the zoning that is there.
Well, you won't know how many lots until you're done digging.
That's right.
So in reality, when it comes time to lay out the lots, you're going to have to come back and ask for a permit, and it's going to be whatever the current zoning ordinances are set at the lot sizes then.
No.
Or is he back in
Looking
2000?
back to the
Yeah.
zoning board to approve it at that time. And how it was approved.
I understand that's how it was approved, but then it would have put you in violation on all your lots that aren't even built on yet. How could that be?
Say that one more time.
It would put you in violation on all your lots because they're not built on yet. You haven't determined the lot sizes or where they're at
No.
specific to the design of the reclamation plan.
Right.
But your lot sizes would have to be to current ordinances, to whatever they are.
But like you said though, aren't you changing the sandbox?
But he hasn't drew the sandbox or laid it out yet. He's saying that he can't tell us how many homes will be back there or anything until it's quarried. So the minerals are removed. And then he knows where the lakes are at and stuff. So, and then he has to come back in and ask for building permits for each one. Well, each one of them is going to have to be to current ordinances. You can't jump back or we have Murphy Lake all over again. So I see the issue where Luann has there because Luann's saying it has to be to current ordinances. The only thing I would see to add to current ordinances would be on the reclamation plan on the side of when you do start laying out the lots, whatever the lot sizes are to our current ordinance is what would be approved, not to what was.
Then in 503 of the ordinance and G decisions, it says you may impose such conditions or safeguards
I understand what Mr. Gillings is saying, because back in 2002, they didn't do that.
Mhm.
The township law has changed and people have gotten smarter, and that's why I'm saying, I keep saying we need to stay current.
So,
Right.
But he's still not gonna change his reclamation plan to show what the lot sizes are.
Okay.
My statement is
So
though when he
even
comes
though
back in, even though he says in 2002, they said,
2007.
or 2007 is what they were, and that's what he's gonna go by. And I'm saying, in 15 years, you come in and want to start putting lots in, you're gonna have problems with whoever's sitting at this board, because they're gonna say, no, our lot sizes are this size, and this is what our ordinance is saying, this is what you're gonna have to go by.
Correct, and I think that's
Yeah.
kind of what this lawyer, the guy at MTA is saying, that in order to stay as current as we can, we need to see the new one. And I guess you're just going to disregard his opinion.
so like what you say, you can actually put some safeguards in here from 503 G, number 1, put additional conditions and safeguards and talk about that if you would like.
I'm just talking. I mean,
I believe it does serve a point. I mean, you don't know how many lots you're going to have until you get done excavating.
right.
You don't know exactly how big the lake or how small the lake's going to be, and those are going to have to be shaped to the finished product, so to speak.
And you had mentioned earlier that the reclamation plan, the property is sort of developed on the north side, right? You actually,
Yes, that one's getting close to being done, yes.
so it isn't like you haven't started the process.
Oh, we're working towards doing a development out there.
I mean, so even if we're saying that this project, the reclamation hasn't started and it's 2 years expired, just saying that's been said, you've been doing that, so you've started that reclamation plan already.
Right.
Mainly the reclamation you're doing is to keep the dust down and to level the hills for safety. It's as much that for the gravel pit safety, which is in that permit, as for that reclamation plan.
Eventually, this is going to be built on with houses and everything else.
Sure, but I mean, you could have let it sit there until you got ready to do that. But you were told you had to plant grass and stuff to keep the dust down and slope the hills gently so some kid doesn't come and fall in if they get on there when they shouldn't be. So you're doing it as much for the reclamation and stability of the dirt and gravel pit. That's the reclamation part you've done so far, with this as a future goal, correct? You planted your grass, you plant your trees to keep the dust down so the neighbors don't complain. And you make the hills smoother so it's not a drop off into the water. Those are all things that they mentioned in your permit that you were to do, and you're doing that. But you're doing that with this as a future plan, correct?
The plans have changed, just like it said in number 1. It's going to change. It's been changed.
I understand, but I think Ed's trying to say you've already started your reclamation plan on that, but you haven't. You're doing the reclamation for the gravel pit currently, and you will get to that when you reach the point of having the mining all done.
I'm guessing something is what you're trying to solve. Are we working on, we're working to finish this project, and part of the project is, yeah, grading and feeding and so forth, yes. If that's the question.
Albert, are you found
Grading and
conditioning?
seeding that he's doing is so that the ground can settle, so that when they do want to go in there and start building, they don't have sinkholes, they don't have
Right, that's what I said.
pockets and all, everything
With that
else.
as a future idea in mind, he's doing
Right.
what, but he can't say, I'm working on my reclamation plan.
I think you can say they're hand in hand.
He's working, because he's got to do this, it's the dust down.
Ground ready.
You're missing the point.
Are
I've said it 3 times.
The land, you want him to provide something that is impossible to provide.
No, it's not.
Mhm.
The legal people know that they can ask for it, and this board is just going to sit here and take the old stuff. 17 years worth of mining plus, that topography has changed. He's probably got a better idea of what he's going to do based on what's already been hauled out of there. But you don't want to see it.
Very well could be, but
And
what do
this-
you want him to do?
I want him to make some new plans based on what's there now, which will be more updated than this 20-year-old roll of paper. And you guys don't want to ask for it, that's fine. I'm just saying the legal people say that you should get a new plan, compare it to the ordinance, and make sure you're on track. But that is your choice.
Robert, are you following the slope requirements, like the 3-to-1,
Yeah.
and what that board in 2007 asked you to do?
Yeah.
Regarding this permit? 3-to-1,
Normally called 1 to 3.
1-to-3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either way.
I read it someplace. There's quite a few conditions involved in that, wasn't there?
Yes. I'm not asking to change any of those.
You say part of the one lake is done,
The North Lake, yes.
the North Lake is done?
Yeah.
So where the roads are gonna go is pretty much set then?
No, there hasn't been any layout of the roads for it yet.
Oh, okay.
You get to it right. It's got to take time to settle and everything else. It could be,
When you say site condominiums, are you thinking, like in our ordinance, it says only detached single-family residence located on individual sites? That's the plan?
you know what site condominiums are?
I know what I think they are because I got friends that live in them, but that our ordinance definition says only detached single residence located on individual sites.
Site condominiums would be from the property line in. Attached condominiums would be a regular condominium, but a site condominium is basically like a piece of property and you own from the property line in.
And that's what you've got in mind for that.
That's what
I'm just comparing for what that says to what our ordinance says, as I think should be properly done.
Robert, when did you bring in the site plan to the township?
which one?
The last one?
Uh,
How long is it?
Probably the 31st, maybe.
31st of January?
Yes. Again, I apologize, but I would say the only thing on that new print would be just the location of the building.
Mhm.
And that's
So it's been here 10 days at the township office.
yes, at least.
Okay.
Yes.
And it also mentions in our ordinances on 1706 that the site plan approval shall expire 2 years from the date of the planning commission granted initial approval. That's something that got fell through the cracks before. I just want to call attention to it so that it can be written down when we do this.
So when you look at a project of this scope, that's multiple years, how can you then say a site has to be fully developed in 2 years?
You don't. You say the site plan will be turned in again in 2 years. Maybe he makes changes then. It's in the ordinance, Ed. So that when he gets to the point of building, okay, I'll read it to you. Each site plan shall be fully complied with, all construction completed in 1 year, the date of the issue of the permit. Now, we know that's not going to happen for the whole thing, but the site plan approval shall expire 2 years from the date the planning commission granted initial approval, unless the site plan has been fully completed or unless an extension has been granted by the planning commission prior to the expiration of the term. At the discretion of the planning commission, up to 3 additional extensions may be provided. And that's how we're here now, because he had his 3 extensions. I'm just helping to point these things out so they get written down, so it's not a mess in the future.
I don't think you actually.
Probably not, and that's why it needs to be, we need to fix what we didn't do right in the old days.
But it's a root site plan. So you're gonna build a house, have a root site, right? But you would have to bring up some improvements for that site.
On the third,
So when the hill gets done, and actually puts the roads in so he knows where the sites are gonna be.
I understand,
Then each one of them, he's gotta bring in the building
right,
to site for it.
and these things got overlooked, so we're trying to fix it for the future, so it won't be such a big hassle next time. He'll be able to come in, okay, here it is, we update, we got it on record, he's updated, he's good for the next whatever years.
Right.
So that's what I'm pointing out, that's all.
Yeah, this is very important when he gets ready to start building there.
But this site plan needs to be reviewed wherever, he'll get his extension in 2 years. He comes in, I'm not ready to start building yet. Okay, then that site plan, if that's what you're going to accept, will be renewed, will be extended, and he gets his 2 years extension. It's right here on how we should do it. And up to 3 additional extensions, and then maybe we have a conversation to see, has anything changed? Do we need anything different? He gets the approval, and then you go again, starting from that point.
How many years do you feel you'll be mining out there? I know it's a crystal ball, but do you have
It'll be at least this 10 years,
another 10 years?
at least.
Oh, and it probably was looking at a crystal ball when you first started. You had 10 to 15 years. Yeah.
We had COVID in between, we had everything. You can't tell.
We don't want to make the same mistakes.
No. This is just a general idea of what he's doing with the property in mining right now, where he's mining and how. This is not designating any sites.
I understand that, but since we had its extensions and ran out, it is time for a new one, according to the professionals. Why we get professional opinions.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know what you want him to do because this is it.
This is a cover letter. That's all this is. This is a cover for that. This is page 1. He needs all of that, in my opinion, and according to Michael Sullivan at MTA. But I don't vote on it. I'm just distributing the information.
What's in there that's gonna make this different?
It's old. The hills, the topography is laid out different. Those lines for where the hills are and where the valleys are all different. That kind of stuff should be updated. Maybe he can use 2 or 3 pages and only have to print another one and put together a new site plan for you with this as his cover letter, and then he's accurate. But that thing is no longer accurate for how the land is laid out.
Robert, how many written notices of violations have you had?
I keep hearing I have a funds.
He had a lot of complaints. They didn't write them down in the office.
Luann, I'd like to put on record, we talked to Robert Worth with last 3 township supervisors about violations at this property, and not one of them said that there was a violation.
No.
Worth, I'm just asking if I could get this on record, please.
Yeah, Will said there were no written violations. It's because this office did not write them down. Now, please,
So would you please put this on record? That's all I'm asking.
on here,
Thank you.
but I will put it accurately that there were no written violations because the office didn't write it. And Terry Jones will admit that, and Leo Allard, if you were still here, would admit it, and Bob Worth would admit it if he's being honest. They
Luann,
got complaints, they just didn't check them out and write them down.
I'm saying, please make the record. I'm asking about written notices of violations by the last 3 township supervisors, Robert Worth, Terry Jones, and Robert Loomis. There is none documented at this township. All 3 of them is, well, I've talked to all 3 of them, and all 3 of them have told me the same thing. Thank you.
And you know what it is. No, I'm not wrong.
So to move forward with this, I mean, I guess I'm looking at, I would like this reclamation site plan really match more the original one, because some of the verbiage has changed.
Can you do a current layout of the pit? Can you do a flyover and take a picture of it and then make it, put it on this and then add this look to it to make it accurate for what the mining operation looks today? I know you added the buildings and stuff and you took that, but I mean, then it would, I know it's asking you for more, but then it would make it current, make the mining operation current.
So you're asking for what?
I know I'm asking.
New map of it.
Yeah. No, then that would be current. He could take this other stuff back off of here.
Take what stuff? What stuff?
8 through
Okay,
11 can come out.
11. So the new map would show what? Are you saying?
The current mining operation.
Current mining
Yeah,
operation.
it'll show what's already been reseeded and.
So
You want to, so.
I'm not saying that's what I want. I'm asking him questions if this is something that he could do. And
So if I ran through some of this, first I want to talk about Ordinance 503 and the decisions and permits by the Planning Commission. We can make conditions and safeguards, and some of the issues that's brought up tonight, I think they're warranted. We went through, we could actually put approval on, and based on these conditions, a new map showing current mining operation, notes to remove number 8, 10, and 11 that were added that shouldn't have been on there in the first place.
Site data.
Site data, you're calling it?
Yeah.
Okay. Insight data. Okay.
Notes and site data too.
Okay. Also adding, approving the changes of the new office location that moved, the storage location, storage barn location, and also the sign. Do note that the sign, the office was moved due to the entrance change to Sheridan Road from Willard Road. Also, I've heard quite a bit about this. Commencing in approximately 10 to 15 years. Approximately, I think should be taken out of there myself, because everybody's saying 10 to 15 years, 10 to 15 years. Well, approximately does not define either 10 or 9, or I feel 10 or 15 or 16 years. It says approximately. It is not a solid in stone of a duration.
But isn't that also dependent on how much dirt the county asks for? But
Well, no, but he can come back in 503 also 3 times to get new permits within that 10 to 15 year period. It wouldn't stop him from that, but it would keep you with doing it within that time frame is what I was thinking, because some people are
You're saying renew this every time.
it's in between that period of time, and not say approximately, because some people say you're working outside of your duration now. You know, and I'm just throwing these out here to the board. And also, we also could, and I would writing down my notes, we could also require a new site plan reclamation plan at the end of this extension.
At the end of 3 years?
At the end of the extension we give him to this. So at that end,
Like 10
then
years.
that would have to be updated at the end of this, at the end. These are all conditions that we could put on, and our ordinance 503 allows us to do that. In decisions G, number 1. And these have been the contentious things of this. We can eliminate these things. That's my thoughts.
That's just on the commercial side of it.
I don't know, but if we got it in the ordinance, we need to get rid of it. If that's what we're all set for the policy.
That's something we'll discuss later.
There's things that you guys are concerned about that's been talked about that should be captured.
So,
Not reading them again.
I don't see where, I don't see why Bob couldn't provide us with an updated drawing. It isn't that much to do.
Give me those notes.
Yeah, because to do a new overlay or the around the property, what would that take?
There's a good. I would like the notes just so I.
Right.
I'm asking the board if they have the same concerns. I mean, these are the concerns I'm hearing. I wanted to confront those issues that, people have talked about. And this should, and I don't know, maybe I've missed one, and if there's more to be captured.
So in today's technology, it's all, you're saying recreate the ice and all that is all by hand. Google Earth won't do it for us or whatever.
So I was just wondering, why can't Google do it?
I don't know if it's on those there, but this, I noticed that I didn't see on here. It says that they want the structure that are within 100 feet of the property lines on the neighboring properties. I didn't ever notice that before, but that's something that is 17.03D. So it's like a little bit outside the lines to know where other homes are around the edge or something. Is that the purpose? But it's in our ordinance.
Robert, isn't that in the conditions of the 2007, what she's referring to? I've read so much on this. I thought I read that. Luann, would you say that again, please?
The reclamation plan should include location and dimensions of all existing and proposed structures on the property or on adjacent property within 100 feet of the property lines. Section 17.03D.
1703D? That's not what. That's what I'm listening to. I forgot how to do some. Okay.
I believe they're already showing on here.
They don't show up on this little one.
They're on the original written.
And the new one would have one.
They're already on the drawing.
Right.
Bob said, will the new one have them?
Yeah.
The new one, when you do the new site
Maybe
plan.
some new homes since then, too.
You'll add them to it too.
If there's any change.
Put that in there.
What do you want me to put in there?
I'm gonna make sure that the current site plan will show all
Little
of the,
building and ones that just-
he will, 1703, he will make sure that he covers everything in section 1703.
Include 1703? Would that be accurate?
Yeah, because most of the stuff's already on here.
Current site plan will include 1703 ordinance.
That'll cover everything, and most of it's already on the drawing. So I'm studying it.
Okay.
Is there anything else? Is there any further discussion?
You want me to read what I thought that Upperman said and make sure I've got it all, or
Yeah, go ahead.
Upperman pointed out or suggested a new map showing current mining. Number 2, remove 8, 10, and 11 on site data and notes. Number 3, show new storage and office site. Number 4, ask for a new site plan at the end of this site plan's time.
Which will be 10 years from now.
Isn't it 10 to 15?
And we're renewing it every
10.
10 years,
Okay.
so let's
Okay.
just stay with 10
Okay,
years.
10 years. Okay.
And 5, 1703 ordinance and being building. Ordinance 1703 ordinance,
What is that?
that's the one we mentioned about the ones. around
Section
the-
1703 is the content. Is each site plan shall include the following: area of the site, date, north point, and scale, dimensions of all property lines, location, the dimension of existing proposed structures on the property or adjacent properties, location, dimensions of existing proposed roads, including right-of-way, driveways, sidewalks, areas. This stuff's on here. Locations of the existing proposed utility lines, wells, septic systems, storms, and drainages. Locations, dimensions of detailed proposed plantings, green belts, and landscape areas, exterior drawings or proposed new buildings, existing buildings, or which major addition are proposed. Locations, dimensions, drawings, or existing proposed sign, name, address, telephone number, and per person who prepared the site plan.
That's 7.
Some of those won't be possible.
Yeah.
Some of them won't
Yeah,
pertain to us.
I just want to make sure I'm clear.
well, just like the existing proposed utility lines, well, the second, until he gets done digging, he's not gonna know where any of that is.
No, but he'll just show the
Same
ones
with
that
the
are
road.
out to the road, that are within 100 feet of it. Which on here, he shows
Right.
the roadways. He shows Sheridan Road, Willard Road. So he's
Right.
gonna, he shows his driveway, shows the sign, shows all the buildings.
Didn't you state something about utility lines? Didn't you just read something about utility?
Existing proposed utility lines, wells, septic
So
systems, and storm drainage.
in here, it already identifies that he has to have an underground system
Right.
in his notes. So
So that covers that. In his notes, it covers proposed roadways to franchise utilities to be underground.
right.
So location, existing proposed utility lines, well subject to storm drainage is underground.
Okay. Okay. I didn't want that add confusion to what he already has. I did say, Luann, you did talk about the 10-year, extending it 10 years, but I still think we needed, well, then removal of approximately would be gone then at that point, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the renewals every 10 years.
That needs to be gone. Okay, 10 years. I think she captured everything, what I see.
Is that?
This is a battery wall.
I don't think the print had anything on it to do with it. With the 10 year. The print doesn't have anything saying.
Okay. Okay.
So that, not.
My notes, it said 10, 15 years.
Already.
Okay. So it'd be a 10-year.
Right. Is that correct?
Site plan. Now, you guys talked about, are you guys wanting him to add a new map showing current mining? You guys brought that up,
Yeah, he's gonna bring us a new site plan back, gonna show the current mining.
so that would be part of the notes and adding to it too.
So are we saying we can approve this without that, or do you need to do that activity before we would approve it?
We can approve it with
With these conditions.
the condition that
those
it be
conditions.
provided.
Okay, do you have a time
I'll make
period?
the motion.
Do you have a time period? How long
Yeah,
would it take?
2 months.
How long would it take to have an engineering firm come out there and get that up to speed?
3 to 4 months. It takes some time.
Better say 5, huh?
I say that we table it until he brings it back. That would be the
That
proper
makes more sense. And you have
procedure.
the
You
information
table it, you let him bring
available.
everything back. We make sure it matches our minutes, it matches our notes, everything's there. So we don't get what we got going on right now with 5 of them. Something's added or something's taken out or something's changed. He brings it back to us and then we approve it. That would be the proper protocol, would be mine.
Well, it isn't gonna hold him up for anything
What,
or cause any other problems, is it?
None that I know of.
so what about his requests for resale special land use permit?
It's a separate item.
Okay.
Let's get this site plan
No,
taken care
I'm
of.
saying, will that hold him up for that?
On my word.
Well, because we wanted to see all this before we dealt with that.
Do we make a new plan at the end of the extension, that it is required at the end of the extension? Line item that? Required it?
Well, we should have it before we approve it. Can't go around that. And I don't see why we can't move further on the other, because that is on a special use permit anyways. Why would the reclamation have held up the
Yeah,
other that
last
you
time
guys brought up?
we wanted it fully approved, that's why. During our last meeting, that was our direction.
Oh, because there was an issue with the zoning, what the actual zoning showed of the property.
There was a question of zoning too.
Right, you would question that it was the zoning.
The reclamation plan and site plan from 2007 shows local commercial.
Right.
When that site plan is in effect, not the mining permit. You've got to keep those two separate. That mining permit is residential ag. When he gets to this point, he will ask for his commercial beauty shops and things. And then you got to be real clear on what is a neighborhood commercial versus not a neighborhood commercial. So this doesn't really affect a special use permit for the mining in the realm of what the zoning is. This doesn't even change the zoning when he gets to that point. He will have to ask for those under special use permits for the things as according to the ordinance.
But he'll already be local commercial.
No, that's not going to be zoned local commercial. He's asking for permission to do what's allowed in the local commercial, still in the residential ag area. the zoning is not gonna change unless he comes in and asks for a zoning change, and then you do a spot zone, and then you got issues there. So you gotta keep it clear that zoning of that property is not changing. When he gets to reclaiming it, he will build his homes, and if he wants to do these others, it says in here, he comes and asks for a special use permit, each and every one.
So from my reading is the other is separate from this.
Okay.
And Luann just confirmed what she just said to me. So before, when we held up the other matter, we should have never held it up to that.
Okay.
Because I went through the zoning book and nowhere in there does it. This should have had anything to do with
I just wanted to
any other
bring it up.
material or any other things that were asked for. So this is definitely 100% separate
Okay.
from that issue. So are you motioning what you asked? Is that your motion?
I wanted to talk to you guys about that. I ran by it. I mean, like you said, if the map of the current mining operation is required, then you stated that it could be an ordinance issue. So if you required it at the end, like I said earlier, at the end of this 10-year extension,
You just update the notes and
update the notes that it has to be done at the end of the 10 years. It has to be updated to what it looks like at the time, at the end of this 10-year extension. That's what I said earlier. For you guys to, ponder, I mean,
You're not wanting current reclamation site plan to what it looks like currently.
I don't feel like it's absolutely necessary myself. It says that in notes 1 that it could change. You could read that. It says the layout may be altered based on the
Right.
current and future activities, mining activities. So it would be at the end of the extension is what I proposed.
I would think for the renewal, it should show what it currently looks like, and then at the end, it should show what it looks like then.
And
It's
you
just
could.
different.
I mean,
opinion,
honestly,
go either
you
way.
can go. You can go either way. I mean, whatever your comfort
because
level is.
it's going to change. But all right, you guys, we got to move forward with
Wouldn't
this.
that be the reason you have the renewals every so many years to keep up with the changes? That makes sense.
They never required it in 2007. It's telling you that he had to have one at the end of the period.
Yeah.
Never required it.
They didn't have the foresight, obviously.
Well, they still
We
didn't
learned,
require
like
it.
I said,
It's
we
not in
learned.
writing. So,
There's nothing says we can't require it now.
right,
That's right.
right.
So we're given 6 months to provide it. We could provisionally approve it with the stipulation that he has to provide us with an updated maps within 6 months.
Okay.
That's
I'm-
awful long.
I'm back to why don't we just approve it when he brings it in to make sure everything stays the way it should be. I don't know about it. I mean, you guys can motion it any way you want. But I just don't want to see it come in and something not be on it that we talked about. Now we're having the,
Then we won't accept it.
Yeah, it's got to say what we say.
right. Well, in the motion, how would you guys like to motion? You guys want to, are we wanting to motion this to approve it when he brings it back? Or do we want to motion it with these changes, it'll be approved
With these conditions.
with these conditions?
Is there any way I can bring it back when I go for my next renewal? And it's gonna be the most updated and only.
That'll be
In 10 years?
10 years.
Yeah.
No, we need something now.
the way I'm asking the question. The rest of.
So
So Doyle, you'd like me to put in 6 months?
He could provide us this within 6 months, a new one. And that would be the condition for approval. If he doesn't bring it in with
Let me
the
see.
conditions that were put on it, we're not approving it.
Okay,
Pretty simple.
gotta have a date. What's the date? 6 months now.
May, June, July.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4,
July 10th.
July 6, August 11th. Is that a Monday? Is that a Monday?
Oh, that's a Sunday.
Okay, 11th is a Monday.
Hmm.
So it would be August 11th of
2025.
2025. Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the extension based on these conditions. Adding notes to remove number 8, number 10, and number 11 in the site plan data.
Give her a minute. We're too fast on it.
If you say the same thing, I'll just copy them to the next page.
All right, go on.
Secondly is to add the new changes of the office building and storage and sign locations. Add a current site plan to include ordinance 1703.
Did you mention the site data?
And we need to include the 10-year extension only. And under the condition, the current mining operation information back to would be the planning commission, correct? Back to the planning commission by August 11th of 2025. You said something about data.
There's the site data needs to be updated. They're separate from the house.
Okay, what needs to be updated and
That site data needs to reflect the 2007 information.
2007 information? And also adding in the site data to reflect the same information of 2007.
Want me to read that back for you?
Please.
Motion by Upperman to approve the extension with conditions, remove 8, 10, and 11 on site notes. Number 2, new sites of storage and sign locations noted. Number 3, current site plan according to ordinance 17.03. Number 4, a 10-year extension only. Number 5, current mining operation information to be turned in by August 11th, 2025. Number 6, site plan data update to reflect 2007 information.
That was everything I said, yes. That's my motion.
Second.
All right. We've had a motion, we've had it seconded. Is there anybody else that has any discussion on this before we? Any other discussion? Roll call, Maschke,
Yes.
Hopperman,
Yes.
Savage, yes. Fletcher,
Yes.
Mr. Ozell.
Abstain.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Well, on old business, we got updated planning commission bylaws.
So
We got
would be resale. This way.
Sorry, guys. So the approval or denial of TC resale special land use permit. So on that permit, which my opinion, this should have went along with the renewal of his original permit. So if we're going to change the original permit, we need to have a discussion on it, then we probably ought to have another hearing to do it properly.
You're still aware that he's asking for a commercial business and an ag residential that is not allowed in ag residential, not even under special use. Under that permit. If he wants to do that kind of business, there are places in the commercial zone that he could, I would not say you can't have it, you can't have it there because of the zoning.
So what is he asking for that you consider commercial?
The resale of the rock and the sand and the wood chips and all of that.
So
That is a commercial, and it's in the ordinance, it's not commercial neighborhood. It is more like a landscaping business. There's a landscaping business on M15, it'd be a good place to put it next to there. There's no tractor spot, with land available north of town, both in a commercial zone. There would be no problem in getting it approved there, because it matches the zoning for what he's doing. You can't, just because we want it, you don't approve it when it doesn't match your ordinance. Ed's always saying this is the Bible, then he needs to stick with it, with the zoning and what the ordinance is. It's close.
So again, the concern was brought up commercial, and in the lawyer's response back, basically development of commercial enterprises within the project boundaries is a matter within the discretion of the planning commission, provided that commercial enterprises are of a neighborhood type and are not expressly prohibited. So
Well, Ed, it's not a neighborhood type, and you asked a leading question when you asked the lawyer that. The attorney responded very well, that if you read down the rest of her information, you can't approve it just because you want it. It is not a neighborhood type, it is not a commercial, it is not allowed because it's a commercial business. He's reselling the stuff.
So we've had documents provided to us that says that area is local commercial.
No, we have not.
But it says
Like I
right,
said, keep them separate. The reclamation plan, he will ask for his permits for commercial residential for that time. I cannot make it any clearer. You're trying to roll this in to move along now. You're making a big mistake. The documents separate from your wants.
we have documents back from '07
Okay,
that says it's considered commercial.
if you're not following the ordinances, you're not doing your job. That's my last statement. It won't be overlooked.
So him selling gravel and minerals out of there isn't considered commercial already to you?
It's a mining. And
Right.
mining, you have to mine the gravel and the dirt from where you find it. You don't have to haul in a whole bunch of stuff.
No, I understand that.
So that's the difference. He is bringing in and then going to resell. That's a commercial business that is not allowed under our current zoning with residential ag. The gravel pit is allowed with a special use permit because that's where he found the gravel.
Mhm.
And that's why that's allowed. It's not considered a commercial. It's considered a gravel pit. And it has its own spot in our ordinance. And it doesn't say commercial land. It doesn't say commercial gravel pit. It says in the residential ag area, you can have a gravel pit with a special use permit. It's very, very clear.
And then why did we attach commercial zoning ordinances against them? On a special use permit. Why is there commercial
What do you mean?
on the original one that everybody wanted us to sign? There's stuff on there for the gravel pit that's part of the commercial special use permit.
No, it's when his reclamation plan, when he gets to the houses.
No, in his original one, there's stuff in there that was added to his that ended up going on the other special uses that was part of the commercial district. It came from Mr. Gilling's gravel pit. That's where it came from.
Find out what you're talking about.
And I'll show you. This is the special use permit that we got.
Thank you for having
And
your.
there's areas in here that are for commercial.
Commercial
Yeah.
district.
It's because it's a gravel pit, you have to have these protections. The insurance and all of that, that goes with the state and everything else. I don't know what else you're talking about. Which ones are you?
These are, these requirements you've put on commercial permits.
They may go on every permit if you follow what the MTA and MSU recommends. You may choose not to, but these are to go on all special use permits, not just commercial.
And
special use
we're gonna
permits.
have a discussion about that.
Okay.
All right, let's just stick to what we got going now.
All right.
So, Luann's concern is that we're trying to allow him to have a commercial entity on his piece of property.
And I guess, I know we said we don't want to do spot zoning for commercial, but when I'm looking at what was done in 2007, I mean, it appears that that was given to them and granted to them in 2007. Commercial designation.
You don't want to repeat mistakes. You don't want to compound mistakes. We've learned a lot. We had issues with putting trying to put commercial things other places. Or we can keep making the same mistakes. You get the feeling you're looking for a backdoor way to approve. And that I have a concern with it. When it's as clear cut as this is residential ag, he's asking for commercial. There are commercial areas available to put that sort of business.
Well, I think most of the board has an issue with him selling sand in a mining business that he has now. He's mining the ground and selling gravel and rock and
Because that's where he found it. If the gravel and stuff wouldn't have been there, he would not have gotten a permit to sell sand and dirt and rocks. They wouldn't have given him a permit to haul in sand and dirt and rocks as a commercial business in the ag area, then to haul it back out. But because that's where you find the gravel, that's where you get the gravel pit permit.
you do realize that most pits
I realize
I've
that.
called most pits. I've called 4 or 5 pits. In most pits, I would say probably just off the ones I called, I'd say 100%. But that was only 8 pits, so that doesn't even hardly even touch Tuckahoe County. They're allowed to bring in other material. There is nothing in their special use permits to say they can't bring in other material. The only material that they get, the only 2 materials they'll get feedback on, grinding concrete and asphalt. And asphalt's like the biggest. Concrete, not so much. But almost the 8 that I called, every one of them have no problem with them bringing in
The
material.
original permit, the people had the foresight to see that that shouldn't be allowed. When
They
so many
just
people-
never put it in there
Yes,
because
they did. No hauling in of off-site materials.
on this permit.
Oh,
But in all the other quarries that I called,
granted,
first thing they say is,
they must have.
what if I need sand to mix with my clay for the county? What would a guy do? I said, well, I don't know. I don't have the answer to your question. That's not what I'm asking you.
That's right.
He says, no, I bring in material. Material goes out, trucks come in with material. Material goes out,
They
trucks
have
come in with
different
material.
zoning. And wherever that gravel, those other gravel pits are.
But why are we being so restrictive on this pit? Why aren't we
Why are
allowing?
Protect
trying
the
to
people that
restrict
live
his
there.
business?
We got into that business with that permit originally, way back with
That
Bart
was
Sayers.
before your house was ever built.
No, it wasn't. That was an Atkins pit. My house has been there since 1975, long before that gravel pit became a gravel pit. Keep your facts straight too. And the people ask these guys to protect us. We eat dirt all day, every day. We have a lot of extra things to put up with because that's where the gravel is found. You don't need to add to the problem by violating the ordinance and allowing the commercial business to add more dirt, more dust, more stuff, more traffic. It's plain and simple. There's at least 2 other places in our commercial zone that this kind of business could be, and he could run it out of there. And he's not asking for sand to add to his stuff. When he hauled in a bunch of sand, which was a violation that was considered a misunderstanding, but he hauled in a bunch of sand to mix with his stuff, he had to haul it all back out because it's not allowed in his permit. And that was just a couple of years ago. I know I sound like a broken record, but you just don't get it.
No, I don't. I don't understand why we want to restrict a man's business.
To protect the people that live around it. We would have had an asphalt plant there a few years ago if we, the people that live around it, didn't.
I lived across the road from the gravel pit on Birch Run Road. And we ate dust all summer long
And-
because it was all gravel. He went and put in a blacktop drive to restrict dirt going to the road.
It doesn't do much good. I'm sorry. We've got, we don't complain, but he's got mud all the way up past our Mueller Road, even now in the winter. It's just one of the things that goes with a gravel pit. But you don't subject people to all the extra of a commercial business unless you're not following the ordinance.
So let's move forward on this. Let's do what. So we'll ask on this to bring in 6A sand, full sand. I don't remember what else now. You did.
Crushed limestone.
Yep.
Crushed concrete.
And also we're doing, wood chips, correct?
I did ask for wishes.
6A stone, limestone. What'd you say?
Crushed concrete,
Crushed.
not that I'm processing it there, it was pre-crushed, so there was no processing in concrete.
Did you? Oh, beach sand was it? Is there any others?
I think mulch.
Mulch. So
Just so I make sure I'm not missing something, 6A stone, limestone, crushed concrete, beach sand, mulch. Is that correct?
Yeah, limestone and crushed concrete, yeah.
Would you consider not doing the crushed concrete and the asphalt?
I didn't ask to bring in asphalt.
You just said asphalt.
I don't know.
Well, then he
Not
said
asphalt.
asphalt.
No, I said 6A stone, limestone, crushed concrete, beach sand, and mulch is what you said, right?
Yes.
You can guarantee you won't bring in asphalt, crushed asphalt.
In violation.
You would lose your special land use permit. You realize that if you did, right?
Yeah, I'm asking to bring it.
Okay, I'm just curious, you know, does that be a violation?
So,
Okay, P-rock, crushed concrete? Yes or no?
No, he said 6A stone,
6A could be a P stone, so it's, I'm trying to.
Oh,
6A P-rock,
6A P rock, very good.
limestone, he said,
limestone, wood chips, mulch, beach sand.
beach sand, crushed concrete,
See,
and mulch.
I asked him that and he said no. Now
Mulch.
you
So
say
do what?
yes. The crushed concrete.
You asked me about ash.
I asked you about both.
I said, not crushed concrete, yes, no asphalt. I wasn't asking for any.
so
What guarantee do we have that you're not crushing the asphalt or the concrete on site? Because Doyle asked you if you have the equipment to do that, and you have everything except the screens. What does it take to bring a screen in and crush it and pretend it's stone, and who's gonna know?
I offered that Robert Loomis could come out, supervisor, whatever he is at the time, he'd come out anytime and look for it.
But he doesn't know what he's looking for.
big chunks of concrete that running through a crusher that get ground up.
Okay, we let them know there were concrete crushed, there was piles of concrete, small piles, but they were there in the past. And he didn't let them come visit until it was all crushed.
Saying
So
I never crushed any, and you're lying if you say.
I am not.
You are lying.
Stop, guys.
You're lying.
Okay, then what did
Mr.
you do
Youngs,
with the
please.
concrete that was there?
It was
So,
exact, I'm sorry.
This is what he had.
Sorry, you want to answer the question.
Thank you. So, on the table, what was asked for was 6A stone, peat stone, which is one and the same, basically. Limestone, crushed concrete, beach sand, and mulch. So, what do you guys want to do with this? For what he's asking for, so we can be done with this matter. The mulch to me is landscaping material. Beach sand, crushed concrete, and limestone, that is all material that is part of mine preparation.
6A needs for making up road gravel. Because he hasn't got enough stone in his.
Right, limestone makes a good base.
Yeah,
Crushed concrete is good for roads, driveways, and your beach sand is good for people's pools and sand. And
and it gives people a place to go to get it.
you should probably say, you say beach sand, but you would bring in other sand too, right? Sand in general.
Sand in general.
Not only beach sand, sand in general.
So
Yes,
you
break
were
that down there, please.
you were taking off mulch because of what?
I'm not taking anything off. My
Okay.
discussion is, to me, mulch is landscaping. That's an all-out landscaping product.
Okay, but it's why wouldn't you be able to bring landscape material in?
Not saying one way or another.
Not the landscape material wasn't listed as a item that was prohibited.
It was landscaping products that were prohibited, right?
No, it's nursery.
Nursery and garden supplies.
Yep. So nursery stock is wood chips are not nursery stock.
Roy, what do you think of mulch? Is that a nursery product, do you think?
That is the landscaping product. It doesn't serve any purpose for building.
I
For
think scratch it.
finishing up the,
I would,
that's for like a yard or something. I can see him bringing some in when he starts putting in his sites.
Putting in trees, fill around the trees for natural
right, for his own use.
nutrition, nutrition for trees and fertilizer, or what you want to call it.
Mhm. I think scratch mulch.
Add peat to it, take mulch off and put peat down.
Topsoil?
Topsoil, peat, yeah.
That's
And then
similar.
mulch off.
The other stuff is all similar to clay, gravel, sand.
Yeah, it's just another product of a, I don't know, better in mine.
Do you want him to allow him to bring topsoil to sell? There's nothing for stopping him to bring topsoil into
Do reclamation.
do reclamation. Do we want piles of topsoil out there for him to sell, or is that going to be considered nursery product?
It's a soil.
I'm not
It's a
saying
dirt.
it's not. I'm just saying,
I'm just saying it's a dirt. You know,
are we going to
do
get
you have
back?
topsoil in your gravel pit? 10 inches of 10 inches of it or so?
Depends on where you're at.
A little more?
Two could be, what,
Okay. So you have some already, but you don't, you're asking for more.
We may want to be careful adding topsoil because that wasn't part of the
Original.
original public hearing.
It was, those products were.
What? We're saying he could bring these in to sell.
Mm-hmm.
The original said no to this, but he can bring this in for the reclamation in
Yeah.
order to spread.
Yeah, he has that right. You have that right already to bring that in, topsoil for reclamation, right?
yes.
Okay, so yeah, he already has that right.
He's already brought it in for somebody's.
Right.
Yes.
Well,
It's the resale that's the problem.
I would like to make a motion that we move forward with to having a public hearing to amend his special use to allow 6A stone, pea stone, limestone, crushed concrete, and beach sand, including other sand products.
What's different? We already had a public hearing on this, so why did we need a second?
Since we didn't have it for this. So now we're going to amend his special use to add this. You're going to have a public hearing to do it properly.
We had a public hearing
For his special use to renew it. You could have added this when we did the renewal.
We approved that just so it was identical to what we were doing. Then he came in with a separate special land use request for resale.
Right, separate.
And you didn't want to include these. He did bring them up, didn't he?
And they should have been included then, because the planning commission had the authority to do it then. We could have added them then. We could have added anything we wanted at that time, but we chose not to. So, I
We
think
were going back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, we were going back and forth.
Yep,
Right.
yep.
Actually, this, we did do a public hearing for this.
Yes,
product.
for this particular resale. Yep.
Yep.
So if we did, you guys are saying we had the public hearing. We didn't just.
Yes,
We did, but there was a zoning question. Commercial or residential egg.
So so we don't need to have a special. We don't need
We
to have a
already
hearing.
had that. The major concern was that resale is listed in commercial.
Yep, and he wasn't at that time. We didn't know.
Open air resale
Mm-hmm.
is listed in commercial. Then it was brought up that he had multiple documents or document that he was zoned commercial, which has been provided to us.
Somebody like to make a motion to do something with this?
There's 5 of us here.
I move we allow earth concrete, limestone, 6A stone, and sand products be brought in to resell,
In peacetime.
and pea stone.
Support it.
I missed something, earth concrete, sand products, Keystone,
6A stone.
6A limestone.
I'll go through them real quick. Yeah, 6A stone or pea stone,
The same thing.
limestone, crushed concrete, beach sand, including other sand.
Just put 6A stone down.
that's something separate.
That's, yeah. This limestone actually comes in a crushed, fine crushed, or 6A, which is bigger,
Okay,
but it's still limestone.
crushed
Crushed
concrete,
concrete,
sand
sand.
products, Keystone, limestone, 6A stone.
Yep. That's what we have.
All right.
Is that right there? Yeah.
Well, got a motion on the table. Motion is and I supported it, to allow Trigant Arrogant to have 6A stone, pea stone, limestone, crushed concrete, beach sand, including other sand products.
You supported it?
Yep.
Okay, so we're doing a roll call.
Is there any further discussion on it before we do roll call? Maskey,
Yes.
Copperman,
Yes.
Davich, yes. Fletcher.
Yes.
Explain.
All right. Let's do it. Now, updated planning commission bylaws approval.
Is it possible to give a list or what I need to put on the drawing?
Oh, the list of,
Yeah, I don't need a list that will pass on.
when will them be public, what we made?
Well, then when the minutes be done in public. Is that
Depends how
Monday?
long the meeting is. By Friday for sure, but
Oh, yeah. That's right.
So a tentative, well, you're
We'll
gonna
put
have
a
to,
list
you're gonna have,
together and I'll take it out to them.
okay,
Make sure
Will,
it's accurate.
Doyle's gonna bring one out. Okay.
And then when so we got a regular meeting, there's a permit that was the mining permit, that was extension.
Oh,
Go over the. Oh, yeah, we gotta do that.
Oh, yeah, that needs inspection. Remember?
is one that has other stuff
There's a-
included in it, his permit?
There was stuff put in.
Yeah, that's gotta be added. That's gonna
When I come back.
probably be in April.
That's part of April. It's part of our new business of it.
That in our new business, we'll discuss it, and it'll probably won't be until April.
That's on the past.
Okay.
I'll get Doyle a copy of what that, you know. I'll get you a copy of what I made with it.
Okay. You want to go and print this right now? Read that. Oh, 24 permits are all wrong.
We got 5 of them we're gonna do. We're gonna, it's on the agenda, this keep it for a little longer.
So there's a date that hasn't been determined to do the cleanup on your specialty. It'll have to be publicly put out there.
Okay.
And there's gonna have to be a date established 15 days after the public awareness, right?
Yes.
So it's gonna be a minute.
Yeah, probably return.
So, updated planning commission bylaws approval.
So I had updated one there. I had sent out one to everyone, probably included in here. But going through today, and I thought I had a new copy of one.
That should be the new copy right there, isn't it?
This is as what I found today going through that Luann had wanted on the first page under secretary meeting minutes, the township clerk changed to administrative assistant. That was missed. So that I have another, I thought I had copied it out, but I must have misplaced it, I guess.
Change that on my copy, so I'm looking at.
So under two, I'm going to change it. Township clerk, administrative assistant, and I put on the bottom of the file, then that it would be dated. Look at the last page, it's dated then today's date. And I changed the file name. I can send that out to everyone. I don't, with that changes, I think we covered everything else.
Yeah, it says January 10th. It should say February. Is that what you're saying?
So this original one that's in here, we revised it on our meeting. That's January 10th. Okay. The file is actually what's in here is 1/29/2025. The new one would say today's date for the file name.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Maybe this is the time to bring this up here.
There's the changes on it. Sorry, Laura. Let's carry that.
In here, it says chairman, vice chairman, secretary. Ed has been calling himself co-chair. I think maybe we should stick for clarity to the chairman, vice chairman. He can act as a co-chair, but that's part of the vice chairman's job. But I don't know if I actually did using the title. It's going to confuse people. So we should probably stick with chairman, vice chairman as his title. And I mean, he's going to be doing the same thing.
Right.
And you guys work together, and it says in here you work together. But I just thought, for clarity, we might want to make a note of that.
You're calling yourself the co-chair.
Vice chair.
You're vice chair.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's it, right, Ed?
Yep.
Has everyone else had a chance to go through and read these and look it over? No? You have a chance to read it?
Yeah, I've read it all through and it matches pretty much up to the old one.
Okay, so. Motion?
So I'll make a motion to approve the stated bylaw with item D2, changing township clerk to administrative assistant, and file name to bylaws 2/10/25.
Support.
Roll call. Opperman,
Yes.
Wallace, yes. Maskey,
Yes.
Yeah,
Fletcher,
Yes.
Sturzo. Okay. Move on from that. Zoning administrator, complaint files, including closed complaints. Threats.
I don't know what, that wasn't an agenda item.
No, okay. You didn't bring anything for it on that?
I don't know what this is. Properly for, I suppose for you.
So I guess, if we look at the agenda itself is self-explanatory. The file you had sent out, there was, I think it's 16 complaints that were closed. And they were out of the file. I couldn't find them in the file. But there was still that history would be good for us to understand what those complaints were. We can see what has been processed.
Did I send you an Excel file?
Yeah.
So in the Excel file, when a complaint is closed, there are cells hidden.
Yeah,
If you
I wasn't able to
highlight-
open it.
If you highlight the table
Should have.
and hit unhide cells.
Thought I tried that. That's why they're there, great, but here it is. So they were just, I couldn't unhide that file. That
I didn't try it. I just didn't think they were there, so I'm the dummy of the bunch.
Aren't these that would be like the sign things that the lawyer said, leave them alone? Is
Mhm.
that what's included in this?
Well, this is, I mean, I think if I'm understanding correctly, he's talking about the entire complaint file, the history of.
yeah, the file you sent out
Yeah,
You had-
that would have everything.
should have everything. Again, I mean, I can try it again tomorrow, but I couldn't. Some reason it would not hide for me. Okay, so they should be there, but I know what you mean by hiding the rules.
So the names were in there included too?
No,
No, I don't include the name of the person making the complaint.
then there's no complaint.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, that is state law.
No, don't
Noted.
please.
It is state law.
Okay, so let's move on.
no. Well,
What? Go ahead.
as a board, would we want to have the persons making the complaint added to the file?
Currently, right now, it's not part of our ordinance. And I've been asked by a few citizens to look into that, and the supervisor said that he would like for us to look into our ordinances and how our ordinances are written.
But we had
Because in the past, it was whoever was complaining had to write a letter of complaint with their name on it.
and
So
I
they
thought we
couldn't
had,
anonymously do it.
and I thought we had a new form that would include the name, right?
It was never adopted it was never amended to our ordinance. So when the zoning administrator started doing complaints, she made the decision that it's not part of our ordinance, that she's not going to require it because she feels that it's a conflict of the person.
Sir, I didn't make any decisions. There's a policy that the board voted on, and I've been following that policy.
The township board voted on?
Yes, I do.
And when was that?
I don't have those dates on hand.
The last meeting.
Okay, so it was just voted on.
No, you had,
They brought it
at
up.
that time, it was discussed, but that's not when the policy was enforced. The policy is the civil infraction policy that was voted on by the board
So-
some time
Last
ago.
year.
In that civil, I guess I've never read the civil infraction policy completely because it states in there that whoever's complaining they don't have to do a written complaint with their signature or the name on it.
It doesn't specifically state that, no.
So it doesn't say they don't have to. It doesn't say that you don't collect a written
I
notification
don't
of the
have it with
complaint.
me, so I'm not gonna speak to what it says, but I mean, it's on file at the township, it's their policy that they put it on, I'm sure that anyone could get a copy of it, and then you would know exactly what it says.
So Robert Loomis asked you to.
I've been asked by him, by a couple citizens, that there's a concern with people going out around anonymously complaining about something where it could become an issue. And they would like something looked into it because they think it's unfair and And unconstitutional is somebody can run around the township making informal complaints or just getting mad at somebody and going and doing it. Or someone having a complaint written on them and them driving around the township and taking pictures of other people in the township and then starting to complain. Well, why aren't you enforcing it on them? Why aren't you enforcing it on this person?
So,
But no, I thought though, Jamie, we created a document because that was
We
the one.
never amended it to our ordinances. It was always standard procedure with Worth, standard procedure with Terry Jones, and it started out standard procedure with Mr. Loomis, with Mr. Leach. Mr. Leach did it. It changed when we hired the new zoning administrator.
So that document that we were using, that's all was on our site,
All I know is
was changed.
it was always said that if you had a complaint, you could come in the office and you could ask for the written complaint and see who complained and what the complaint was.
So what's the process of dealing with visiting that and working towards what the township supervisor wants us to do? That brought forward.
The township
Supervisor brought it to the board meeting at the last board meeting. That's what Laura's referencing. And the board declined to make those changes. They voted it down.
They voted.
Correct.
They voted it down to bring it to the planning commission to ask us to look into it.
Okay, so Laura,
What's that?
I'm not sure it has anything to do with the planning commission. The policy is governed by the board.
What was your take on it? Was it asked to come back here to review?
No.
Or look at?
It was turned down to do that.
It was turned down.
It was just brought up. Should be policy. It was 3-2.
Okay. Do you have any concerns with it?
I'm probably the one who made the decision because I know it was 2-2. And I was deciding to go no.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
no,
You don't
no,
have to
that's
answer
fine.
it. Maybe I'm putting you on the spot.
It was a I'm not going to necessarily say I'm going to stand by that one 100%. I talked to our attorney about it, and he said there's nothing mandated that you have to or don't have to. He would suggest that we didn't. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot.
It's fine.
So
we don't. Okay. So we would have to update our zoning ordinance to have it added.
But the township board voted down to not add it. So
well,
you would have to go back to the township board and ask them to change their mind about whether they want you to or not.
we don't have to go to the township board to ask for the blessing. When citizens come to you or come to me and they have a concern about something written in the ordinance, no different than the shipping container, that guy standing here wanting us to look at our ordinances on the shipping containers. So once it's brought to our attention, we can look into changing it and adopting it, but then it has to, township board has the final decision at the end.
Okay.
So, I mean, at the end, they do have the final decision, whether or not you can adopt it or not. But it doesn't mean that we can't go through it and look at it. The same thing we did with other issues that we took to the township board. I mean, the same thing we did with the short-term rentals, remember? We took it to the township board 3 times. What'd they tell us? There's not an issue here. Leave it alone. There's not an issue here. Why do you keep coming back to our board? There's not an issue. Then all of a sudden it's in their face and there's an issue. Then they try and throw it in our lap like we ignored it. So this thing without a written complaint and this thing with people being able to complain, it's an issue. There's 2 farmers I know now that have gotten a hold of me 2 different times that have an issue with it. They want to know why someone can complain about one of their neighbors without the neighbor knowing who's complaining about it. So it's an issue. Whether or not we do something with it, that's another story. But I can tell you now, it will come to light eventually, and it will be an issue.
Okay.
It's just like the short-term rental stuff that should have been dealt with right out of the gate, but instead everybody wanted to ignore it and hope the state was going to do something.
It seems like we should be more concerned with upholding the ordinance than we are about calling out the person who's letting us know that the ordinance is being violated.
And when you live in a farming community and you don't live down in Rochester Hills or you don't live down in Centerline and you live in a farming community where 60% of the residents in this township are in violation, one way or another. I went through our whole entire book. So are we, right, are we going to go through? Because we live in a community where not everybody can afford to fix every car. So they leave cars in their driveways and they fix them later on, or they fix them up for their kids because they stop driving it. Most of the time, they're not plated. Bam, you're in violation.
Well,
Some of these guys have trailers sitting in their yards that they shouldn't have trailers sitting in their yard, or they have more than 2 recreational vehicles in their yard. They have semi-trailers with plates on them. So you're looking at a community.
Planning Commission's responsibility to change the ordinance so that it's no longer a violation. That would be the right path to take.
Exactly.
Well, that's
Hence
what you should
why
be
Mr.
focused on.
Loomis went to the township board and asked them,
Ask them what?
should we need to
No.
look at this?
Oh, I'm saying you should change the ordinance so that you don't have violations that you don't want to violate people for. If the township isn't concerned with the language, I didn't draft the ordinance.
No, neither do we.
Well, but you're responsible for it.
Yep.
So if there's something in the ordinance that we don't want to enforce, then we should modify it. That would be your solution. Simplify your ordinance. Take some of that language out that you don't need.
I don't disagree with that statement either. But I can tell you it's a rabbit hole that won't go lightly neither. Because now you're going to have people that are going to come out and they're going to complain that you're getting rid of the ordinance. There's no winning the battle. So let's move forward somewhere here, guys.
So what are we going to do with that? Revisit that and have more discussion, or just
Don't
let
know
it
what
go?
to do with it. I can tell you now that 2 people have complained about how it's wrote. They think it's unfair that people can complain about their neighbor without the neighbor knowing who's complaining about it.
Well, you've been, and Luann, you've been sitting on this board a long time. The past practice, they did bring up people's names, and it was a requirement that they come into this township office and state that. Did it cause problems within the community sharing those names of those written complaints?
I don't remember that there were that many complaints.
So let me refresh your memory in a great, for
The
instance.
complaint that we made, we had to sign our name.
Let me refresh your memory for a great, for instance, how it all began with Mr. Terry Jones or Mr. Worth.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Gillings. People would come in, they would complain. They would say there was no complaint.
Right.
So then it was brought to a light by the township board and some of the planning commission members back then that we need to have it in writing and they need to sign it so it can't go away. So Mr. Gillings can't escape violations or who's putting the violations out there. Does that refresh your memory of how that all started? Because people were coming in the office and making a complaint of Mr. Gillings, and they said there was no complaints. So there was clear township members, in particular planning commission members, that decided we need to have a written complaint. So it just became basically law that was never amended. So now we're looked at as, hey, you can't make your neighbor write a complaint. That's unconstitutional. You could jeopardize his health. There could be repercussions for doing that. Does that refresh your memory how it all came about? Quite plain, don't it?
But I'm just saying,
So
the
that's all.
complaints that we filed.
But it was
were
never
always written.
amended. Now we don't want to do it all of a sudden. So
Talk to the
there we're
board.
at.
Talk to the board and see if we can get buy-in.
We don't have to talk to the board.
Okay.
Actually,
No.
we can move forward and start to draft something and look into it. But then we have to go to the board
Get their
with your blessing for the draft, send it to the county to do the rest of it.
Then we might want to approach the board, have a conversation, and I think what your example of what you just shared does carry some weight, and see if that influences anybody on the board to maybe think that maybe it should be, addressed in that manner.
That's exactly how it came about. Mr. Gilling started the whole thing way back in the day.
Yeah,
Because supposedly there was complaints being brought to the office and nobody was writing them down and nobody was following up on them and they were just verbal complaints. And we need to do something about this. And the person complaining needs to write his name down there. So
I personally can see what you're saying.
I'll look into it some. I'll read better on the ordinances and stuff, and I'll see what I can come up with for the next meeting. And we'll make it short and sweet. And then I'll go to the township board and I'll talk to them about it.
I think it'd be a great approach and give them your example. I haven't heard it. I think it'd be a good example.
All right, let's move on. Storage containers, section 1411, prohibited structures. Next steps as a result of the public input. So we had public input. We had one person show up that was for it. No one else showed up against it. We had no letters turned into us.
Yeah, we had one letter and he said as long as they weren't ugly, he didn't care.
Thank you. So we need to move forward with this.
So we had a good example of what we felt another township did. Why can't we take that example and have Wade and Trim draft us a amendment?
I have a reason why. You want to hear it?
Yes.
Because you just got done saying that we don't want to enforce all of these things. So why are we making new things that now we're going to have to enforce?
All we're doing was we were adding the, I guess under prohibited structures, but originally it started with convex containers
To allow
to
them.
allow them.
But we weren't going to prohibit them. We were going to come up with an
Right.
amendment to our ordinance to allow them to stop the enforcement.
List of conditions under which they're allowed that now I have to go check and apply and people can complain about. And we're right back to where you started 10 minutes ago.
So you jump both sides of the fence, same as me, eh?
I mean, I just feel like you have to be consistent in what you're saying, and we're not being consistent at all.
Why aren't we dealing with 1411 if there's that many issues out there?
They're literally everywhere.
We talked that it might make more sense just to allow them.
With no
And then
conditions?
They
Yeah.
allow them, and then if it became a blight issue, if you got a junk trailer in your front yard, that's a problem. It's a blight problem, and you deal with it under the blight. If it's in the backyard, nobody sees it, nobody knows, nobody cares, we don't have to do anything about it. Same thing with these containers. You can have a container, put it in the backyard. Make sure you're off the sides, amen. If it gets crummy and starts falling apart, and the neighbor over here can see it and complains, now it's a blight issue. You handle it under the blight ordinance. That
No.
simplifies things.
Okay, I agree 100%. But now we got semi-trailers we got to deal with. We got to
Same
figure out.
there. The farmers and all these
Okay,
folks.
but we still have to amend it all.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
And she's still saying that there's going to be a bunch of them that'll be against our ordinance, and no matter how we amend it.
No, I'm betting
I
if
said
we
if
take
you have
these out, nobody's gonna
1411
notice.
to remove them as a prohibited structure, then there's not a violation if you have
Yeah,
one.
she's saying if we take them off the list,
Oh,
they're no longer being prohibited.
Hey,
If somebody
but-
complains because they're junky, then she will handle it under the blight.
I am a little bit concerned. I know there's a lot of trailers out there and people have brought it to my attention too. And it is an issue. At what point, if you allow it and they're pulled all over town or just outside town,
There's enough of them now when they're prohibited.
oh yeah, I mean, you okay it and we might have one in almost every yard.
I like them.
I
I'm just saying
mean,
that's.
it's just something,
For us to
it-
enforce.
it's something to consider. They might end up in 30% more of the yards. Do you want to allow them? I don't know.
I just don't think that you can argue that you want less government oversight and then add additional restrictions in your ordinance that we now have to oversight. Like that just doesn't make sense to me. Do you want to enforce the ordinance or do you want to roll back the enforcement?
That is the great question right there. Do you want to enforce the ordinance or not? You're right.
enforce it or remove it. And by removing it, you're allowing
I
it.
mean,
Mhm.
when we looked at the contract.
Advertise it. We don't have to say, oh. go
Yeah, right.
with
Yeah,
the
but
junk.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's
I mean, we make the changes on the ordinance as we see fit. But you need to have an ordinance that you can enforce. And it's been too long since we have.
Yeah. I mean, if we have all these around the township now, and they are prohibited, if you take them off, like you say, I'm afraid you're gonna have more and more, and it's just gonna look like we're going backwards, we're. I like your idea.
At least,
We had that they needed to, like say, look good, no advertising on them from when they were previously used. They were all painted to.
So now you want to allow
We was talking combat
Connex,
containers,
Connex.
them.
Connex.
Shipping container is a
Shipping,
Connex.
yeah.
They're the same.
We have to
Come
make
on.
a decision about the
We
Connex
get
box tonight.
we've been right here at each meeting.
I know.
This is where we've been, guys. And it just keeps rolling over.
These are the things that, some of the ordinances that people turn in and the pictures and all that, if you want to look at them again. I say keep it simple. I'm ready to allow them. My thought is you allow them, but they have to follow all the other ordinance rules, like say Connex containers are allowed if kept in good condition. If they're not, like I say, you go back to the blight ordinance and you say, that's a piece of junk now, you gotta get it out of there. And I would be even willing to take off the thing in here that, with the, trailers, because it's so unenforceable right now. Otherwise, she's gonna have to go out and issue 100 violations, and then they're all gonna be up there yelling in your face that, I've had that thing for 15 years and nobody cared. Now you're telling me I gotta move it.
I mean, you're looking at removing 3 words from section 1411. You remove trailer and truck body, which you have listed currently as 2 words. So semi-trailer, truck body. You strike those from section 1411, and then we don't have to worry about it.
Doyle, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, there's a lot of those trailers around, there's a lot of truck bodies around. I think we should put those Connex containers should be allowed. But we need to put in here that they have to be kept in good condition.
Well, you have a truck body on your driveway. Does that match with the criteria that you guys are talking about implementing?
Yep.
Does it? Is it all one solid color? Does it have any
Oh, it's the same color
language on
that
the side of it?
it's the same color that the people I bought it from, which was a paint company.
And it's advertising said company on the side of the trailer.
Well, if you got really good eyes, you might be able to read it.
I think it's pretty easy to see from the road.
Yeah. And use it for storing materials and farm equipment. So,
Yes.
yes, yes.
Shall not be placed on a property for use as a storage structure or other building purpose. So you're using it as a storage structure. That's a perfect example of the prohibited structures of section 1411.
Do you put
It's a
it
farm building.
to use
Okay.
it only in agriculture AR zones? Not do that?
Well, that was some of the restrictions the other one that we had an example limited where it could go. But again, they only had commercial, industrial, and I think agriculture.
And those truck bodies could only be in the agricultural AR zone?
Why? I mean, you guys want to amend it to add a bunch of restrictions to it. You might as well just remove it. Because what's going to happen is some of them that are out there right now aren't going to meet those, are going to fall within those restrictions.
Yeah, they won't. You're right.
So then we're going to,
Yeah, depending on.
it's only going to take one person to get, for her to go out and see one person and say, I have to enforce this, you're out of compliance with our ordinances, you have a Connex box too far in front of your property, your setback's not proper with your Connex box, you gotta go in the backyard, and the guy's gonna look at it like, how am I gonna get in my backyard? See all the trees I got? So I put it there. I know where one that is something like that's what I'm using for example. He's got trees all around his house, something down his things, and we got sitting towards the front.
It's kind of a slippery slope. If you okay it, and then they end up all over the place in the township. I
People
don't
are
think
gonna
it
be
looks good.
screaming.
It won't look good, but
Well, I'm ready to make a motion that we remove the words semi-trailer and truck bodies from section 1411 more easily enforce our ordinance, and then we can deal with the Conex containers later.
I'll second it.
So, we're gonna allow it in every district. I mean, now we're going to, I can, someone's gonna bring a trailer onto Lake residential property. That really is gonna look nice.
Yeah, they shouldn't be in Lake, our
No.
LR zoned out. The front yard's the lake side, the backyard's the road side, so that means that they can put them out by the road. That would not be good.
No.
Has to abide by the ordinance, and the ordinance has very specific setbacks for each of the.
Lake residential probably doesn't have enough room in a front yard to be set back far enough.
Well, I don't think they should have them, I mean,
So they would not be allowed based on that.
but it don't say that though.
They wouldn't have to though, because you say, well, your front lot lines and your setbacks aren't, you don't have room for this, it's gotta go. It's like using other parts of the ordinance to enforce in those other areas.
You show me, Luann, where we had stopped at in the lake residential.
Article 12
Article
on
12.
the table.
Thank you.
You would allow, we can allow them in a manufactured housing park.
You couldn't allow them there either.
Would it be able to be placed there and meet the setback requirements?
Not with a 50-yard front and a 35.
If it can't meet the setback requirement, then it can't be placed there anyways. It doesn't need additional language to prevent that.
So LR zone, it says 10 feet setback.
I'm sorry.
LR zone says 10-foot setback. Mm-hmm. So as long as they have 10 foot
From the front.
3 foot on one side, 7 foot on the other side, it meets criteria, they could have it.
Side yard setbacks,
Yeah.
I believe that's what it says.
Yep.
Front and back are 10 feet.
Yeah,
With the discussion we've been
we would
having,
not want
most
them
of
in
those
LR
houses
zones.
don't have that much room between them.
You don't want LRs, you want them in LR zones. Oh, goodness sakes, that would not be a place to put them.
But you understand what I'm saying, that we're not gonna allow them willy-nilly. They still will have to match. They'll have to be in the backyard and
Well, how do you say that?
because they're a blight in the front yard.
But
You got junk sitting around this trailer, it's a blight problem. You put it in the backyard where nobody sees it. And anybody that wants one is not gonna wanna advertise that they got one. They'll put it in the backyard where it's not seen from the road.
LR zone backyard is the front yard, roadside, yes.
Well, that's a special thing, and I don't, like I said, I don't think it applies, because their backyards go down to the lake, that trailer's gonna
Well,
fall into the lake.
front yard.
Not by our ordinance.
Your front yard, your backyard,
Your front yard is the lakeside.
Right.
But still gonna have to have room enough to put it in there.
I think
And
they would,
most of those lots, there's not room enough.
There's a lot that they could go on.
I think Luann made a motion. Did someone
Yeah, we have a motion on the table, Doyle second.
We're in discussion.
have to vote?
I mean, I'd like to amend it that we do not include LR district.
Well, you can't amend her motion.
No, we'd have to vote on the motion and then carry it from there. So,
So that's your motion.
no, not yet. We gotta finish this motion. So your motion is just amend it and allow it.
Just take those words out and the remove the words semi-trailer and truck bodies from section 1411
Correct.
to more easily enforce our ordinance. That's
So the discussion on it is there's worry of the LR district, the Lake Residential District, to not include that in this motion, to keep it separate so they're not allowable uses in that district.
Mhm.
There's concern there. So I'm going to do roll call with the concern on the table.
Well,
Paskey, hang on, what?
if I amend my motion to say except
Exclude, exclude.
LR?
You can't, because that language isn't gonna
Yeah,
match. You
we
would
can
have to
make a
have,
new motion that says,
Yes.
right.
So we're going to vote
Semi-trailers are
on
not
this
allowed.
motion
Yeah.
and then we'll do it over.
Okay.
Paskey,
No.
Opperman.
That's on the first motion.
That's right.
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going to say no. I want to amend it. I like
You
it in
would
all
need
the.
new language.
Yep. So I'd like to make a motion that we allow it in all districts except the LR district.
So you saying that semi-trailers and truck bodies for storage?
They're not allowed in the LR district.
Okay, well, right now they're not allowed, they're not allowed anywhere.
Right.
Okay,
But we're going to amend that. We're going to change the verbiage on that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I guess you don't need this though, since they're already not allowed. Or am I missing something?
we were just going to remove truck bodies and semi-trailers from that section.
Mm-hmm.
So if we remove them, then they're allowed in all districts.
Mm-hmm.
So if we remove that, we have to add that they're not allowed in the LR district still. We got to change the verbiage on that section. You have to amend it.
Okay, does that have to be a new ordinance we're gonna put in there then?
It's an ordinance amendment, so we have
Yeah.
to follow all of the ordinance amendment procedure.
Yes.
So you're moving to make an amendment that truck lot bodies are not allowed.
Yes.
Okay.
They're allowed, but not in a LR district, you're saying.
Right.
Okay. I don't know.
No, he didn't say that.
I don't want
That's
them
true.
allowed in the LR district.
But are you saying we would allow them other places?
They're allowed in all the rest of it.
They would be excluded in the LR district.
Let's start over. You're saying you want to,
I want a motion that we allow truck bodies and the semi-trailers in all the districts except the LR district.
that's
you
clear,
include-
that's what I need.
We've been talking about Connex, so you can allow that. I don't know. Should we include Connex while we're making this motion?
It depends on how you're drafting it. Are you drafting it to include something, or are you just simply removing the prohibition against it?
Removing the prohibition against.
Then you don't need to add it.
Thank you.
Okay. That it's moved to allow truck bodies and semi-trailers in all districts except LR district. Do I need to make note of section 1411?
Yes.
It's so much easier. Ugh.
There's just so many irregular lots out there that I don't.
Okay, and remove the wording of such from 1411. So we have to remove the wording in order to allow it.
Yes.
With amendment.
What's the amendment of?
Yep.
Including the LR.
Except LR district.
All right, so I made a motion. You anybody want to second it?
Second.
Roll call. Asking.
And you always gotta start with me.
Sitting at the end all by yourself. Copperman.
I believe this is a slippery slope, but I'll say yes.
Savage, yes. Fletcher.
Yes.
All right. In order to finish that, you gotta finish the process one.
Yeah, the amendment.
That's right, to adopt it, to the amendment. So. We definitely ain't doing that at the next meeting. I'll add it. I'll get the minutes, I'll take care of that. So, I'll take care of it, I'll take care of
This amendment will be written as soon as possible, or do you need a date?
it. Well, it's gonna have to,
It's gotta have a hearing.
gotta have the hearing,
Yeah.
and then it'll have to go to the county.
Yeah.
And then, before it goes to the county and to the hearing, I'll take it to the township board. Represent it to them. And then I'll send it to the county and have it put in the newspaper.
Amendment will move forward through proper channels.
Yeah. So, all right, moving on. Reference guide for processing special use permits. Zoning administrators got a whole bunch of information.
Which do you want to start with? Want to start with the procedure, or do you want to start with the template?
Procedure.
The planning commission asked me. Oh, actually, I gave you the wrong one. Excuse me. Great. We wanted to start with this. So the planning commission asked me to take the references in this processing special use permit procedure that's already been approved by the board, and to add the references to the ordinance. So that's what this document is. You can see in parentheses throughout the document all of the references to the sections of the applicable ordinance. It's found on pages 1 through 5. And just for your added reading pleasure, pages 6 and 7 provide a structured comparison which highlights the language that's found in the procedure for processing special use permits and where it originates in the Millington Township Ordinance, and provides a third column that notes any additional information that was introduced in the second document. So you can take a look at all of that I provided. And at the bottom of page 7, I highlighted a summary of key differences. So the procedure provides greater procedural detail. The procedure for processing special use permits expands on the zoning ordinance by adding step-by-step instructions for processing applications. With regard to the escrow fee system, the procedure introduces a specific fee management structure to ensure township expenses related to the complex special use applications are handled in accordance with our ordinance. To provide for clearer notice and public hearing requirements, the procedure clarifies how notices should be issued and outline specific distances for notifications in accordance with the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act and according to the MNTA best practices. Provides a more defined decision framework because the procedure details how planning commission deliberations must be conducted and requires documented reasoning for approvals or denials, also in accordance with the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. and with MTA best practices. And finally, it clarifies the performance guarantee requirement that's already found in our ordinances by introducing a definition of performance bond system to ensure compliance with approved site plans as referenced in the ordinance. It's a lot of information, so feel free to take a few minutes and I will wait to answer any questions.
I think that was your personal input right here that you shared at the end. Is that what you shared?
That is, when I look at this table, and I take the first column, which is the reference in the township zoning ordinance, the second column, which is the special use permit procedure, and the third column, which has the new information that I added to the document that doesn't come from our ordinance. In summary, what does that new information do? That would be the bullet points 1 through 5. That's why they're there, and that's where they come from the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act and from the MTA best practice. So that we have a step-by-step process, and everybody across the boards and within the township office know how to handle the special use permits.
And it clarifies the steps and clarifies why we would do this.
Well, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, for fees. I know it's been quite some time. Don't we have something in our ordinances about if it drops below a certain amount, it's required a certain amount's already in there?
Sort of. So we do have that, our ordinance says that it can't drop below $500, but it doesn't say what happens if it does. So that's where you would see the new information that was added to the document. So the document, the procedure requires that if the escrow funds drop below $250, an additional $500 deposit is required so that the balance is maintained at $500 throughout the process, which from what I read is the intent of the ordinance, although it isn't drafted specifically to say that.
What is your intent tonight with the?
You just asked me to spell this out so that you could see what I added to the document, and I didn't want there to be any confusion about what the document says versus what the ordinance reads versus what I came up with on my own.
And this is what the township approved.
Yep.
Just adding the numbers. Yes.
Now, mind you, what the township approved is the procedure through page 5.
Correct.
The reference documents that I provided on pages 6 and 7 is for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah. To make it understandable why things are worded the way they are.
Well, that's what I was asked to provide.
Yep.
Was that
I
justification?
think it's clear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh,
The board had some issues with what was added to the special use permits.
We haven't gotten to that yet.
That's the next
I
bench.
thought the procedures were, the board was happy with when you added the numbers, that kind of was reconciled and dissolved.
I'm not sure I'm following. Is there a question in that?
No.
Okay.
I like this third column because if somebody comes in and has a question and says, why do you have a bond? Well, it's clarified in here now that bond system and you need this to ensure the mandatory bond system is completed according to the plan, the ordinance. Will help answer some questions too, I think.
Everything is cross-referenced, so it tells you the article and the section number in the ordinance. It tells you the page number in the procedure.
This is a nice cheat sheet.
Thank you.
Well, you want to give us together?
Yeah, if we're good and there's no questions on the procedure.
No. I mean, I think all of us will want to read it over and kind of go through it and just
Sure.
get used to it, but
There are two
we haven't had enough
documents.
time to sit and like really read through it and prepare it. But
First document is the justification for what is contained in the template. The second document is the template itself, which also provides additional descriptions. I'll walk through it with you momentarily. So you have asked me to present to you why I felt that the special land use permit, this template specifically, should be adopted for special land use applications in Millington. I've highlighted for you and bullet pointed what I believe to be our current challenges and what the benefits of standardization would be. Currently, each special land use permit varies. As you very adequately described earlier, Alvin, some with just handwritten notes, scratch pad on the bottom of the page. That leads to confusion for the permit holder as well as enforcement challenges for the township. We're dealing with that with your own special use permit right now. I don't know how I'm supposed to enforce that because I don't know what that chicken scratch actually means. Because if there's a lack of clear guidelines, those vague conditions that are related to the permit, that again creates uncertainty for both the permit holder and for the township. And finally, we have an inefficient system for reviews of special land use permits. We currently don't even know what special land use permits we have. What's been issued, what's active, what's not active. No one has any idea. I get a complaint and they say, well, do they have a permit for that? And I come up to the township and I say, is there a permit for this? And I get a blank stare. Nobody knows. There's no system of record keeping for that. So one of the things that was suggested in the trainings that I took is that on an annual basis, the Planning Commission would review the outstanding permits. Now, contrary to what's been spoken from this podium, that doesn't mean that we have to go through a process of having a public hearing and going through everything that we've went through the last couple of years for each special land use. It just simply means that the Planning Commission is the responsible entity for knowing what special land use permits are out there, what is active, what's not active, what's in compliance, what's not in compliance. So those are the challenges that we currently face. The benefits of having standardization is that we are ensuring that we are complying with the Michigan zoning enabling laws. We don't know that right now. This template is aligned with the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act and makes sure that the township is upholding all legal authority that it has to regulate land use. It also enhances legal protections for the township by clearly defining the responsibilities and compliance measures that are to be taken. It creates a transparent and predictable process, providing a pathway to consistently review permits and provide an avenue to modify the permits if and when that becomes necessary. It provides a proactive protection against legal disputes by ensuring that the township follows a standardized process to minimize legal risks. And it aligns with pending state legislation because, as we have discussed repeatedly in these meetings, the state legislature can enact anything that they want to. And when they do, we need to be able to address those potential state mandated regulations and still maintain local control. Page 2 highlights more specifically what comes from the Michigan compiled laws. Michigan compiled laws provide several statutes that are pertinent to regulations outlined in this template concerning special land use permits regarding zoning ordinances in general and specific to short-term rentals, since that seems to be the crux of most of these conversations. And I gave you reference points so that you can look these up on your own. You can look up the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. I gave you the reason, the relevance, and you can look up one example of the short-term rental regulations. That's proposed House Bill 5438. I even gave you the link. So if you'd like the PDF, I'm happy to send that to you. Page 3 shows where I took best practices from the Michigan State University Extension Citizen Planner Program. That's the 1,500-hour course that I completed. Key elements from that template align with the program's teaching, and I highlighted them in bullet point form, numbers 1 through 4. And again, gave you a reference so that you can click through and read exactly what I was reading relevant to these points. By incorporating these elements, the template reflects these best practices and foundational knowledge that is promoted by the MSU Extension Citizen Planner Program, aiming to guide local officials in effective and responsible land use decision making. I'm obviously not reading you the entire document. I'm just skimming the highlights. Page 4 gives you the 5 main points that came from the Michigan State University Citizen Planner Program. In terms of, this is much more specific to the template itself. So you can read exactly what came from these locations and why they're included in the template. Excuse me, my mistake. Number 4 is actually MTAs. The title was wrong. But this comes from Michigan Townships Association. And again, with links. So you're welcome to do your own research and look at these things. Talks about application requirements, talks about a review process, talks about compliance with zoning ordinance, public hearing procedures, and the non-transferability of permits. To sum this all up, I gave you another table. Tables seem to be easy to follow. As you refer to them, Alvin, they're a cheat sheet. So this table talks about the template sections, the duration of permit, the status of permit, the assignability of the permit, the liability insurance requirement that's listed as E in most of our public permits, the public hearing and notice provisions that are referenced in both F and G, the annual fees that are referenced in H, and the permit modifications that are referenced in I. Now keep in mind that these letters will vary from permit to permit because of the conditions that the Planning Commission may add. So those letters may differ. But this tells you how those align with the MSU Citizen Planner Program, and it tells you how those align with the MTA best practices. Am I going too fast? Do you want me to slow down?
Just fine.
All right. So then, just to make sure that I wasn't hiding anything and I was being as incredibly transparent as possible, if you look on pages 6 and 7, this shows you the key elements of the special land use permit template reflected from the Millington Township zoning ordinance and the subsequent short-term rental ordinance amendment, and landing with the special land use permit template, because again, the special land use permits relevant to the short-term rental seems to be the biggest problem in these conversations. So because we continually interchange the terms ordinance amendment and ordinance and special land use permit, those 3 terms are not interchangeable. They are 3 incredibly distinctive different things. I gave you 3 columns. So the first column explains what comes from the Millington Township zoning ordinance. Again, with cited sections, page numbers, articles. The second column comes from the Millington Township zoning ordinance relevant to short-term rentals that you all approved that I had nothing to do with. And the third column then shows how those 2 first columns are incorporated into the third, which is the special land use permit. Again, everything has been noted with page numbers and sections where applicable. Before I move to the last part of that document, I'm going to take a look at the other document that I gave you, which is the template itself. This template is divided into sections. Section 1 specifies the duration of the special use permit. The permit does not have an expiration date. That's how most of them read. But you'll read in the parentheses the explanation of why that's there. In parentheses, it reads, unless an expiration is placed as a condition by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has the option of adding that as a condition, and if the Planning Commission so desired to do so, it would be reflected in number 1. Number 2, status of the permit. The permit shall be conditional upon the applicant meeting all necessary residential building, health department, and safety codes. This will vary by permit. Short-term rentals need residential building, health department, and safety codes per the short-term rental ordinance amendment that you drafted and approved.
Right, so with that,
Excuse me.
I just want to ask a question then. So we actually put in the amendment that that is a requirement.
Mm-hmm.
So why do we need to restate the requirement? Because it's already part of our.
Let me reverse your question, Ed. Why wouldn't you want to restate that requirement?
Well, then what did you?
And
you
they'll
do
say
it on
my
the-
permit didn't say I needed it.
What would be your purpose for leaving it off?
Because you were going to say, and like what I actually did is, I liked another you like where we have permit conditions should be based off of the.
Okay, so before
ordinance,
you jump around in
then-
the document, can I finish my statement? So as I was saying, this will vary by permit. Short-term rentals need residential building, health department, and safety codes per the short-term rental ordinance amendment. Gravel pits need permits from Eagle, etc., as itemized in the ordinance. Some permits will simply have an effective date in this section.
So yeah, if we would be referencing the ordinance, they will have that requirement if they go to the ordinance. Why do we need to restate it there?
So going back to my original statements relative to the benefits of standardization, ensures compliance, enhances legal protections, creates transparency and predictability, proactive protection against legal disputes, and alignment. Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't want it there.
Well, I would use a good example is when this document then gets to a short-term rental person, they're would be under the impression that they need to bring this additional information back to the township, where we actually had reviewed it during the public hearing and said they met all those requirements.
So what happens in the future if they, for whatever reason, don't meet those requirements?
It's still stated in our ordinance that they need to.
And how many people of the public read your ordinance to know that?
I mean, they're online.
Okay.
There would be no reason not to include this, like she said, to ensure compliance. They're gonna pull their little permit out. They're not gonna come up here and look at the ordinance.
Yeah, I'd ask you questions about what the ordinance says, and sometimes you don't know, and you're on the planning commission.
And I pull out the ordinance.
Well, people at home don't have that.
But they can pull out their permit and
Right.
it will all be listed. Boom, boom, boom.
Number
That
3,
makes sense to me.
assignability of the permit. The sale, transfer, or conveyance of the property on which the special land use is located shall nullify the special land use approval. Any new proposed owner or operator shall be required to submit and be approved by the Township Planning Commission a new special use permit to continue said operation or activity. This language is referenced in our ordinance and was recommended in the courses that I completed to protect the township. It's non-transferable. You have a new owner, you have to come in for a new permit.
No, variances aren't that way, right?
This isn't about variances.
Yeah, just one.
Section 4 is for permit conditions. They're currently blank and they're listed as A through D. Again, those letters might change because these conditions include anything specifically added by the planning commission. Letter E, liability insurance shall be maintained in full force as a precondition to the right to continue operations. The applicant shall provide binders for personal injury and property damage insurance to be carried by an insurance company licensed to do business in the state of Michigan during all times. The applicant must provide the township with a copy of this insurance policy annually. That does very specifically require the property owner to do something. That was recommended as a best practice. If you don't want it, take it out. This language was recommended to protect the township. All properties should maintain liability insurance, but the township can only require liability insurance on special land use permits. The recommendation was more specific to the amount of liability insurance certain entities should possess, but it was discussed in the course how difficult that can be to enforce. I am not looking for new things to enforce. I have plenty on my plate already. So to avoid the enforcement issue, no specific amount is specified in this condition. Only that liability insurance must be obtained.
But wouldn't we, if someone didn't put enough liability insurance on their property, and they say that the township failed them by ensuring they didn't have enough liability insurance?
Who would say that? Well, in your example, who is they?
Any lawyer?
Representing who? Like who is the complainant?
The individual that fell off the back step.
The property owner or the person that was visiting?
The person that's visiting.
Okay, so the person that's visiting fell off of the property owner's back step, and the property owner didn't have enough liability insurance to cover their injuries.
Now it's the township's fault because we didn't make them have enough liability insurance.
I would disagree.
But you're just reading through all this. I'm just saying I can see where that could be an issue.
But if that's the question that
Absolutely.
excuse me, if we
Hey guys, let her go through this. We're gonna go through this stuff.
these details are important to you.
Thank you.
We're done. Thank you.
I would disagree with that premise, but I think that that's something that you could easily ask our attorney. If that would open up the township to a liability concern because we didn't specify the amount.
Thank you.
I would think there'd be a concern.
Let her move.
This is just another addition. If we didn't, if we said, yeah, have at it, do whatever you want, and they didn't have insurance and we weren't assured they did, then we could be rolled in because we didn't. Be sure
You
they
can't speak to
had
that.
some
I
insurance.
don't know.
All right, let her move.
Thank you.
Letter F. The Planning Commission shall review this permit annually, and the Planning Commission may revoke this permit if any non-compliance exists. Again, this language was recommended to protect the township. All special land use permits should be reviewed annually to ensure compliance. The annual review does not require the applicant to reapply, nor does it require the Planning Commission to hold a public hearing. It simply provides an opportunity for the Planning Commission to annually review the permits that have been issued and to take any subsequent action that might be found necessary. For instance, if a revocation plan for a mining operation has expired, it might require some action by the Planning Commission to ensure that that special land use permit conditions are still being met. Letter G. If the property owner or operator violates this agreement and/or zoning ordinance, the Planning Commission may, following notice in a public hearing, revoke the special use permit. Additionally, Millington Township may take any other action permitted in law and equity, including seeking an injunction from a court of competent jurisdiction. Letter G. No permit shall be revoked until the property owner has been given written notice of any violation forming the basis of such a revocation and not less than 30 days after elapsed to correct the said violation. This language originates in law and protects the property owner or operator from having their special land use permit revoked without written notice or an opportunity to correct any violations and a subsequent public hearing. This also gives a judge the ability to impose additional remedies should we end up in litigation. Letter H. The property owner shall be required to pay an annual fee to cover the cost of inspections and additional meetings of the Planning Commission as may be established by the Township Board. This language was recommended to protect the township. It does not require the township to inspect properties, nor does it require the property owner or operator to pay any fees. It provides that if, at some future date, due to a change in legislation or any other reason, the township should be obligated to have properties inspected, or if the township should find that a particular special land use permit is requiring an increased amount of additional meetings, the township may establish a fee schedule to cover those costs, and the property owner or operator would be required to pay those fees. Our ordinance allows the township board to establish those fee schedules. This simply means that these permit holders would still be subject to those fees, should the board decide to establish them. Again, we don't know what the state legislature is going to do. If they require the township to implement some sort of, I don't know, anything. I mean, if you go back and you look at what I gave you earlier, House Bill 5438, it sought to establish statewide regulations for short-term rentals, including safety standards and registration requirements with the Michigan Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs. That bill died in committee. It's one of a series of bills that continues to come out. So undoubtedly, it's going to show up again, and when it does, who knows what it's going to read or what townships are going to be required to do.
And if we don't write these in as looking forward, then at that point in time, when the state makes a change, we're stuck because we can't charge to do the stuff the state is now telling us
That is
we have to do. So this is all common sense, looking forward.
Letter I, the commission may, upon the request of the applicant or on its own initiative, modify the requirements of this permit upon such findings of needs and justification, and upon a formal special use permit amendment being made under the same procedures used for adopting the initial permit. This language was recommended to protect the township and the property owner or the operator. It allows the special land use permit to be amended, but only upon such findings of need and justification and upon a formal special use permit amendment being made under the same procedures used for adopting the initial permit. This would include a public hearing with all applicable notification requirements being met. So, under new business, should you decide that you want to change the permits that have already been issued, this letter I is what allows you to do that and tells you how it would be done. Going back to my original document, at the bottom of page 7, my recommendation is to adopt the Millington Township Special Land Use Permit template as the official permit format for all special land use applications effective immediately. Any modifications to the template shall be reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission as necessary. That would be the language for your motion, should you decide to go in that direction. And one final thought before I leave you to contemplate this all on your own. This special land use permit template is a proactive step towards improved governance, efficiency, and legal protections for Millington Township. Adopting the standard will ensure clarity, consistency, and compliance with Michigan's best practices for land use management. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks for sharing.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the information. I would like for us as a planning commission to take time to read through all this, go through this, and come back to maybe look at adopting it or whatever the planning commission decides. But I really think we need to read this, go through it, go through our ordinances and make sure everything fits and everything's what we want.
I would agree.
I don't think that making a fast decision is something we need to do right this moment. I think reading it and going through it, she's given us a lot of information. She's given us lots of stuff that, a lot of resources in here to look stuff up and just do some informal reading. I mean, really go through all this and see exactly. And she give us exactly what we asked for. Hands down. I mean, I know there's been things brought to us, attention, different things that's been added to some of our short-term or special uses and stuff. But I think, let's go through this, let's read all this, and then let's come back and sit down as a commission and discuss it and talk about it and
Yep.
do it
Needs to be
properly.
reviewed. Yep.
Let's review it, let's read it. Let's not just scan over it. And that's my thought.
I agree.
Never hurts to take the extra time. I think it looks pretty good, and a lot of this I've already heard
Mhm.
and read, but looking it over to be sure, so everybody's on the same page is a
Yep.
good idea.
We've gotten ourselves in a position to where we need to take the time and go through all of it and read all of it. Look at the resources and
Chairman, could I ask you to say?
No.
all right, so I'd like to make a motion that we go through this and on our own time and we read this and then we come back with it.
Second,
All the ayes,
very fast. Right?
yeas, yeas, yeas.
Yes.
All right. You're gonna be here all night.
No, but I need a break.
Go ahead. Bottoms, I don't remember what was on here. Orange, what's that? Also just left that little one. Yep.
We gotta push them. So much. Online.
Yep.
It's too much.
This is ridiculous.
It's too much.
Yeah, that's too much. It's 10 o'clock. I know.
Now you read through the entire ordinances, and these are the things that we need to look at.
Yeah, I can move on.
Or I think we need to look at while we took care of it one. So my favorite, yeah.
To pay.
Hey, you'd have to look at 1902. This is about the ZBU. It takes 3 regular members to make the form. The last thing I didn't have 3 regular members. I gotta go buy a new shirt up the size of a suitcase. That's gonna take care of.
All three.
The interior boundary, the exterior boundary.
They do that because they're private roads. In exterior boundaries. Private road is private. And you know, very long road.
Okay.
So that's where you went.
It didn't make any sense to me.
That's where you went.
No,
It's the body.
I never thought about the road.
Yeah, no more. Okay, guys, it's good. All right.
Yeah.
Bringing the meeting to order. All right, we're going to move on to new business. So the process for updating the special land use permit approval documents that have been issued since September 2024, total of 5. So, oh boy, don't mix these up.
So, per what on those documents, we have the ability to call the land use meeting to modify within those documents. There's no zoning board of appeals meeting on 2/30/2025.
So we need to have a special meeting on it.
If we would want to make changes to them, yes.
So that would be Clark, Dudley, Morris, Midwest, and Tri-County.
Three short-term rentals,
Midwest Auto.
Midwest Auto and Tri-County.
Okay.
So we need to have a date so we can have a hearing. So we can go through them, and we're not doing all 5. We're doing way too much in these meetings, you guys. So you got to have 15 days for newspaper ad.
So the earliest they would try to get in the paper would be February 19th. And then, like you say, we need 15 days. So the earliest we could have a meeting would be March 6th.
We have a meeting March 10th too.
But that one is dedicated to,
Training.
yeah.
Would March 6th work for you guys? If we move forward with this, we've got to get some of this stuff handled and taken care of, you guys.
Yeah. Is that
Can't keep
Monday?
it out because no.
Did Midwest Auto ask for a,
Midwest
change?
Auto hasn't asked for nothing. He's in compliance, and I don't think he cares one way or another.
then we probably wouldn't have to redo this. Because it says when the person asks, you make a change if there's been a request.
Well, we're not doing 5 anyways,
I
so.
realize it, but I mean, that would take one completely off the table if if it isn't broke, don't fix it.
But if
It might
we,
not.
Hmm?
It might not. Because there's things in there that need to come out. We can't leave it in one and take it out of the other.
Yeah, we got to address it.
we need to address
Yep,
it in all
all of them.
We need to address it.
If he's happy with his permit, why are you guys making an issue? If he had an issue, he would come and ask like the Morrises did.
He doesn't. He doesn't know any better. He doesn't know any better. He don't know what was added, what was put in, what wasn't. He don't even care. But as a board, we should clean them all up. That's my thought.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Well, and you, right, that's why we're gonna have a meeting and you can vote against that if that's what you choose to do.
It just looks like we're making more work for ourselves to make a fuss over a permit that the guy doesn't even want changes on.
Well, let's start with the first 3. And then we'll discuss the other 2 when the time comes. Let's start with the first 3. Can we all agree that March 6th would work?
No. Wait, March 6th is a Thursday.
Yep.
Don't forget that school, don't we?
The 10th is, yeah, we have our training. So we can't, so the training is the night for the meeting, period. So there's nothing else going to be done on that night.
Correct.
And then April, we're going to have stuff in April to handle. Yes, we got to get through some of this stuff.
The 4th is the MTA conference. If you're planning on going to that.
Yeah, that's on here.
Well, are you available on the 6th?
Yeah.
Ed, you available?
Yep.
Mr. Opperman?
Sure.
Julianne, is that date okay for you?
I'll see if I
Mr.
can
Izzo?
change it. It isn't right now, but I think I can. I will see if I can change things and
Okay.
let you know tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll make the date work. Okay. So then we can review those and, all right.
Just to be clear, because I'm not available on the 6th, but you don't need me at that meeting.
No, we do not.
Okay.
Thank you though, for asking.
And you're doing, you would like to do 3?
Yep, only 3. 3 too many?
Shouldn't be.
It shouldn't. After you get through one, the other ones are the same.
Okay. And we're going to do them in the order that they came in originally.
Start with the Morris, then
The Dudleys,
and then
whoever was after the Dudley, I don't remember now. It's
Midwest
no,
was
no,
early.
no. We should do the 3 short-term rentals together.
Okay.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not putting the Dudleys
Okay.
in. We okay with that? So for the Dudleys, Clark's, Dudleys, or no,
Morris's,
Morris's,
Dudleys,
then
and
Clark's last, and
Yeah.
you abstain.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then we just got to make sure the newspaper adds out by the 19th. I'll get with Jackie on that. One of us will. All right. So let's move on, you guys. Review of the Open Meeting Act is our use for the. We'll be reviewing on that. Ed, you sent information. I read it. I don't exactly remember now.
Read it, right?
I read it.
Oh,
All right.
is this yours, Ed, or is it?
There's a few
That's
these are
not-
things that are in the folder. Come from an MTA book. The brown book, if you're interested in reading the whole thing. But it's got a few extra things that we have been doing and we need to stop doing. Make sure that we are not violating the Open Meetings Act inadvertently.
That's, yeah, I know. I don't know where to put it.
So after meeting is adjourned, the audience is heading out of the parking lot. Avoid the temptation to discuss the meeting or other township business with other board members. Remember, the Open Meeting Act says meeting occurs when a quorum of a public body is present, deliberating toward or rendering a decision of public policy. This includes standing in the break room, gathering on your way out in the parking lot, or traveling to and from meetings. The quorum of the board discusses anything involving public policy that the board will be required to vote on. It must be done at a properly scheduled notice and open public meeting. This does not mean that the quorum of the board can never be in the same place at the same time. The OEMA especially states that it does not apply to the meeting, which is a social or a chance gathering or a conference not designed to avoid this act. If 3 members of the 5-member board run into each other at the grocery store, church, or barbecue, they may speak to one another. They just cannot discuss township board business, stick to the grandkids and the weather. If 4 members of the 7 board member travel together to an educational training session or conference, they may speak to one another. They just cannot discuss township board business, stick to the grandkids and the weather. 3 members of the 5-member board work together at the township hall. They can be in the hall or the same room at the same time. They can speak to one another. They just cannot discuss township board business. Stick to ordering paper clips and talking about the grandkids and the weather. Even if a quorum of the township board is not violating the OEMA, there may still be the public perception that it is a transparency and the government often requires going beyond the letter of the law to promote public trust. So board members may wish to adopt a practice that they will avoid gathering even innocently in groups before or after a board meeting or at the meetings of the public bodies of the public. So you brought this up. Was there a concern, Lynn?
Yes, at the zoning board of appeals meeting, all four of you guys were sitting there and then behind. And I approached the lawyer and I asked him, I said, because you guys were talking back and forth and they're up here trying to do their thing, and it made the appearance that you guys were making plans back there and discussing what was being done. We have to avoid the appearance that you're talking outside this meeting. And I have to admit, many times I come to this meeting and I feel like you guys have all got your decision made and I don't even know what the topic is. I know each of you often come in and visit with Loomis, so he can be the one that transfers the information. We need to guard against that. I don't like coming in here and being blindsided by everybody's got the decision, you've already made it. So maybe you're not doing it. That's the appearance. And I know there's letters that are here, and I don't know why they didn't get to this meeting, because they addressed this issue. And they sent them to me also. It was from the zoning, they watched online and they were complaining. And this board needs to see those meetings so that you understand, the public knows. They can watch the meeting, they have their own opinions, and they know we're not supposed to make decisions ahead of time. But when they're sitting together like that, we need to sit in four corners if we're all in the same place for a reason. So we have to avoid that appearance of and stay transparent. And maybe bring your conversations to this table and discuss them and not talk so much about it before you get here.
Thank you, Lynn, with your concerns.
And the lawyer did say that it looked bad. He wouldn't recommend sitting together like that at a meeting.
You know, it's probably something that we ought to be aware of when we're.
And with these, we all, me included, need to watch that we're not talking over each other. Maybe we need to do Mr. Chairman, you talk, or something, but just to clean things up, it'll help things go better. I can't hear, sometimes I can't do motions right because I can't hear, because somebody's talking down there while he's making his motion. We all need to be more cognizant of it. Me included. I know I get an idea in my head and it wants to pop out of my mouth, and I'm going to work on that. But those are just some things that we need to work on. No one-sided conversations at the table. Only the person talking so everybody can hear. If we can hear each other, we're going to learn. And we need to listen to learn. So we can all work on that. But this was bothering me after that meeting. And the letters that sent and things people said to me. So I don't want this board to be in trouble that way.
Thank you, Mr. Azar.
So,
The other item I had for Open Meetings Act, and I was looking for, I looked it up today actually, I printed out the whole Michigan Open Meetings Act document. I was trying to get an understanding of blind copying, and I actually did find a article that said you should not blind copy. We should actually be looking at if we're going to send information out, and that's what we're supposed to do: send information out. Don't provide any opinions of what the information is. Just provide that information. And they recommend that we would have a boiler sentence that we put in there that states, do not respond back to the email. Okay. There was good examples. Again, I must have left a folder at work with some additional copies in it I wanted to provide to the group. But really we feel we're getting around the Open Meetings Act using blind copying. And for Michigan recommendations, Michigan legislature recommendations is don't do that. You're better off, you should copy the people, put this disclaimer in there. Don't respond back. Don't, communicate. And again, no one should be putting their opinions in there. Just the documents if you're trying to forward information.
Anything else? Nope. All right. You guys wanted to review the ZBA meeting outcome and process?
So I guess I didn't realize, and maybe we need to figure out how we get better information on what's at the zoning board of appeals meeting. We were definitely familiar with the Morris's. Tammy had sent out a very lengthy email document, so we had all that information. But the second one, which was Cody Clark, I mean, I knew nothing about it. Nathan did an excellent job, I feel, because a lot of what was put down or what the complaint was about was really referencing documents that were for new builds, new roads, things like that. But this board wasn't really represented at all on the second item. And somehow we need to understand what those items are so we feel we're being represented.
Also, the individual should know why, what they're being appealed for.
Right.
So they can come here and knowing what's going on. They didn't know.
So I mean, again, I'm assuming the meeting agenda is posted on the window, similar to our planning commission meetings.
Are you asking the chairman to speak?
Yes, I'm asking the chairman to speak to confirm that.
Yes, we meet all public notice requirements through the office.
But it's not really, and if I don't know to come look at this window, I wouldn't see it. So
The same thing goes for the PC.
yes, it does.
There
It's a
problem.
It is a problem. Yes, I agree.
I personally agree, but not as chair because I don't know. But personally, yes, because a special land use permit, nobody knows that that's happening unless they're looking in the papers. That is actually one of my items to discuss at the ZBA, going over bylaws and procedures.
Anything else?
Just that's the key, I think. Somehow we need to be aware of them. I don't know whose responsibility is it to bring it to the planning commission. I mean, yes, Alvin, as a chair, are you being notified officially? No.
Oh,
Please.
not to throw Matt in front of the bus though, but Matt is the liaison.
Okay.
Just like Luann is the liaison to the board.
Yeah.
So you do have that.
Matt.
But of course, if you don't have a meeting, you don't have a quorum, it does.
Right.
There still is an issue, but you do have those means of communication. And I'll be quiet from there.
All right. I mean, the only thing we can do is maybe talk to the township about being more transparent with it. But I don't know how much more transparent you can be posting it on the door and
Well, I guess
putting it on the website. But now you got to have someone that's going to have to go on there and post the
We
stuff on
talked
the
about
website.
having a Facebook page. Where did that conversation go? I'm looking at you, Luann, because it was a board conversation.
They weren't real keen on it because they didn't know how to do it with no comments and.
You just click the button. There's no comments.
So that was discussed. They wanted to see how this worked out first, I think. But I don't.
So
that, so I can't help them with it.
the township meeting next week, is that put on the web page, the agenda for that, or just the meeting minutes from it?
Just the meeting minutes. I've always looked for, see if they have an agenda. They never have. I've never found an agenda on there.
So one of the things, and I might be speaking out of turn because I think this is coming before the board next week. Maybe I should wait. They were talking about upgrading our technology so that so that our meetings would be via Zoom. You'd have a television screen and you could upload your documents to that. Then if you're watching from home, you would see what the agenda is, and there would be a link from our website that you would go to our website and click. So you wouldn't search on YouTube to find it. You would just go to the Millington Township website, click the link to enter the meeting. The meetings would still be saved and they would still be uploaded to YouTube for after the fact. But there was conversation about that, and I think that that's being brought to the board Monday. I'm not the one bringing it, so I might not be giving you 100% accurate information, but that's the way I
So I had heard about it.
So that might help address your concerns, because then you would have that information posted on the site.
Okay. All right, let's move on with that. Ordinance review of section 1415. I think we need to just table this. These two right here, the
Yeah.
recreational and the signs.
I agree, we definitely need to table them due to time and so on. Do we want to consider reviewing those with Wade and Trim? See what they,
What's the issues with them? Is there issues been brought forward?
so for recreational vehicles, if you have vacant property, you're not allowed to keep a boat on there year round
Or a camper.
or a camper.
Those people came to one of their meetings.
Yep.
And
And then the sign ordinance, apparently,
I thought that was handled through the lawyer with the state on
but we're saying that
freedom of speech.
our ordinance are not realizing the latest freedom of information
Right. So
background.
I say let's table these two.
Support.
That's my motion. Roll call. Doyle?
Yes.
Luann?
Yes.
Mr. Zell, sorry. Alfred?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, all right. So we table those two. You got a report that's really short.
I mean, it's not gonna be a welcome addition, because as if your agendas aren't long enough or you're not stretched out far enough on the calendar, there is one more thing that you guys should consider. We have several ordinance amendments that are not incorporated into our ordinance number 100, like the civil infraction policy that we spoke about earlier, like the private road ordinance that was brought up at the zoning board of appeals meeting. Looking through the township office, JFK actually found a whole folder full of ordinance amendments that we didn't know existed, that weren't incorporated during the last rollover of the ordinance amendment. So it's being brought to you for your consideration to revise ordinance number 100 to include those various amendments so that they're all located in one place. So I have a folder that Jackie's put together, and when you're ready to receive it, I'm happy to pass it over to you.
Yeah, let us have it.
I don't have it right now. I didn't bring those.
Does Jackie have it in the office?
I can.
Sorry.
Other ordinances that have been passed and just needed.
Passed that have already been enacted, but remember we talked about the civil infraction policy and the fact that we had, or the flight policy, or the cemetery policy. We have all of these like one-off ordinance amendments that when you revise your overall ordinance are supposed to be incorporated within. I would question whether or not they're even valid, because in my experience, if I'm working on a legal contract and we do a letter of agreement, when that legal contract expires, if I don't incorporate that letter of agreement, then that letter of agreement sunsets. So because these ordinance amendments were not incorporated into the subsequent ordinance, I don't know if they're, that would be something to ask. But if those ordinance amendments are something that you want to continue, then they should be incorporated into your ordinance, which would require you to revise ordinance 100 and make ordinance 101 or whatever. Bringing that to your attention.
Okay. You said Jackie has the folder?
I will check with Jackie tomorrow, but I believe so.
Do you want
You
email?
want back and forth on it, I can text you and let you know where it's.
And I can just pick it up. That way we don't have to worry about it. Okay. Next planning commission is going to be, we have a special planning commission on March the 6th. Our regular meeting is going to be March 10th. Everyone is aware of that, correct? I motion that we adjourn. Well, we're gonna.
Extras?
Lynn, will you send the copy of the minutes after you're done typing them up?
I haven't surveyed, that might be a day or two later,
If it's
Consolate.
Monday or Saturday, I don't care.
So we appreciate it.
What do you have surgery on?
Thanks everybody for working so late.
Hope everything goes.
Thanks, Doyle. Thanks everybody.
I hope it goes well. You have a good evening. So I'm out of here, you guys.
Luann, good luck.
Locking up.
Thank you. Yeah, I
You all
gotta.
right locking up?
This is a township record. Where's that? You can see there, okay. Yeah, you know, does this need to be shut off? Immediately?
Play around with
Okay,
The
the meeting is done, click stop stream.
Luann, good luck with everything.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't really need to put that down there. Yeah, well, did I?
Oh, geez, my water.